Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Education Committee. Today we have a number of bills on the docket here. Let me go through and try and explain some of the things that we're encouraging those that testify to do. If you have heard something that you want to say that's already been said or submitted to us in writing, that a person has right here, and like Representative Cordelli sitting there testifying right now, please don't replicate that or duplicate it. Say just, I support that, so that you don't have to hear the same thing over and over, and save some time for the questioning, and which is then drills down a little bit more into the topic from the committee to the people speaking. That will certainly help. The way the meetings are held, the person who is sponsoring the bill, the prime sponsor, is given latitude as far as time. Then I look at the number of pink cards which we're receiving here, and we have on a number of bills had to put a time limit. And time limit, depending upon, is either 3 minutes or 2 minutes based upon the number of cards I receive. One of the issues which occurs is that we look and see, oh, there's only 5 cards here, so we can open that up, or maybe 10 cards here, we can do that with 3 minutes. But all of a sudden during the bill, a lot occurs, and we have a pile in of another 10 cards, then we have to limit it down to 2 minutes. So please support us on that. We're trying to get everybody up to testify, and we welcome your presence today. The first bill which we have is HB 1419. This is relative to prohibiting obscene and or harmful sexual materials in schools. And I'd like to welcome the prime sponsor bill, Representative Glenn Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, fellow committee members. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for starting out the day with an easy bill. For the record, State Representative Glenn Cordelli, representing Tufton Borough, Wolfboro, and Ossipee in the Beautiful Lakes region. House Bill 1419 is a reworked bill from last year. The bill last year was tabled. I've spent considerable time working with the Attorney General and Attorney Bond from his office on this legislation. And what I'd like to do is step you through it, if I might, and provide some of the legal underpinnings as we go through it. So on the first page, section 1, this is from the criminal statutes. Right now, there are certain institutions exempt from our obscenity laws. My change here restricts that exemption just to higher education. K-12 education will no longer be exempt from our obscenity laws. An important thing to note here is, in talking with the Attorney General, he thought it would be rare and it would have to be an extreme case for there to be any criminal prosecution of anyone related to this legislation. The next thing is section 2, starting on lines basically, which is a new section of law, and it relates to the important topic of materials that are harmful to minors. And that's a key phrase, harmful to minors. We'll be talking about that. The point is that is what we are interested in, materials that are harmful to minors. You know, you might hear or have seen things on social media or outside about banning books and so forth. That is not the purpose of this legislation. The purpose of this legislation is to prohibit materials that are harmful to minors in our schools. So starting on line 8 on down, you'll see a number of definitions, including nudity, sadomasochistic abuse, sexual conduct, etc. The next section I want to point out on page 2, starting on line 7, is the material is harmful to minors when this items 1, 2, and 3 are taken from state law and federal law. It dates back to the 1960s, where there was a case, Ginsburg versus New York. And Sam Ginsburg and his wife owned a little luncheonette, and they also sold some magazines, including what was called girly magazines. So he ended up selling 2 of these magazines to a 16-year-old, and was caught doing that and prosecuted under New York Penal Law, Section 434H, which prohibited the selling of girly magazines and materials harmful to minors under the age of 17. He was found guilty in state court, state Supreme Court, and it went to the U.S. Supreme Court. And that's Ginsburg versus New York is the case. The court ruled he was in violation of the law. The Justice Brennan said that, well, let me step back once. This is where the concept of variable obscenity comes into play. Variable obscenity meaning that something that might not be obscene for an adult could be considered obscene for a minor. The term they use is variable obscenity. So Justice Brennan reasoned that the New York State statute, and I quote, simply adjusts the definition of obscenity to social realities and serves the state interests in protecting minors. So that's the Ginsburg versus New York case. And this has been, these purposes that you see 1 through 3 are in federal statute now. 20 U.S.C. 9134 F7. This is taken from there. It's also in various states. I've read that most states have language in their laws related to materials that are harmful to minors. And this is the most common thread in that regard. Item number 4 is my addition, in that it's inappropriate to minors to whom the information is being made available. The next section I wanted to point out is a complaint section has been added, a complaint process. And these are minimum requirements for local complaint processes. Complaints can be made by parents or guardians about materials that are available in the schools to their children. Complaints should go up the line from the principal. You'll see on line 27. Going on up through the principal. If there's, they want to appeal the principal's decision, they can go to the school board. That's on page 3, section Roman 6. They can appeal to the school board. And then in section 7, an aggrieved parent can appeal to the State Board of Education if need be. So that's the minimum complaint process that must be in place in local districts. The next section is the enforcement and penalty section beginning on line 27 on page 3. And this is in the civil section of our statutes. So it's possible that a civil action could be taken against the school district under 2 circumstances. And that's on lines 31 and 32. When the school or school district has not adhered to this complaint process, or the material complained about continues to be made available to minors after a determination pursuant to the above that it should not be available. So those are the two criteria for a complaint, a civil complaint. The petitioner, if successful, can be awarded not less than $1,000 for each violation. And then there is a provision also that violations can be considered a violation of the Educator Code of Conduct. So that, very simply, hopefully, is the legislation and the legal pinnings for this legislation. So it's been tested at the United States Supreme Court and in state courts around the nation, Georgia, etc. I've looked at a number of states' legislation in this regard. I'm not going to get into some of the materials that might be found in our schools. I think maybe there will be others who will talk about that. I just wanted to talk about specifically what the intent of my bill is and the requirements that I've included in the legislation. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli. Are there questions from the committee for the representative? Not seeing any. Thank you very. Oh yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. Morning, Representative Cordelli. Just a question on the complaint process. I'm looking at 21 through 30-ish on page 2, Glenn. Where did that come from?
The complaint process? It's a compilation. Yes, right. Thank you.
Means many.
I need some more coffee, I guess. From several states' process that I looked at, as well as my additions based on processes here in New Hampshire.
Just follow up.
Yes.
Thank you. So this process is not in place anywhere. This is just your compilation of stuff.
Right. Yes.
Thank you.
But that's not a direct pull from any location.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Representative Cordiello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question and for bringing this bill forward. So my question relates to on page 2 where you have, it's Roman numeral 2. For purposes of the subdivision, material is harmful to minors when, and you give 4 points there. And the first 3 are, as you indicated, they're commonly known as the Miller test. So it's been is that you're taking that, just for my, actually kind of a 2-part question. So is this language taken directly from sort of that Supreme Court precedent?
It's taken from several courses. I don't think it's directly related to, partially related, I guess, to the Miller versus California case you mentioned. A lot of it does come from there. But I looked at that as well as specifically the Ginsburg case because that was directly related to minors.
Okay, and then a follow-up because of part 4. So the first 3 are pretty much a standard 3-prong test that's been used for decades to standardize definition of obscenity. I just was wondering if you could clarify a little bit the 4th point, the material is inappropriate to the age of minors, just a little clarity of what you mean. It seems a little vague. So could you elaborate a little on that last point?
Right. I think I wanted to get to the heart of it in that the material should be age appropriate. So that was the reason for my addition there, line 4. What might be appropriate to in a high school classroom or made available to high school students very possibly might not be appropriate to an elementary school library.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. When we looked at the similar bill about this last year, it was brought up that many districts already have policies to address complaints. How is your process different? I assume that you've looked at a lot of those policies, and why do you feel those policies aren't sufficient?
I wanted to lay out what I thought was a minimum requirement. including the appeal to the state board, which I don't know how many local processes have.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you. Under, on line 13, on page 1, the higher education shall mean any institution in the university system. And that's the only one that you exempted from the education statute in the criminal statute of obscenity. So any other educational institution, any other educational organization, other than the university system, is subject to this bill.
I think that definition was taken from existing statute.
So should it be changed?
It's the committee's bill now.
Is that your intent?
What,
That
Did-
only the university system?
and the community college system.
Yes.
Right, yes,
That's your intent.
yes.
Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So it seems to me that we already have this in law. RSA 571B is a harmful to minors statute. It's not clear to me why we need this bill.
I believe that we need something specifically related to materials that are harmful to minors. With everything we've seen going on around the state and around the nation, we need to tie this into sexualization of children. I think it's important to provide the definitions and the requirements in terms of what are harmful to minors, according to the U.S. Supreme Court and many state laws as well. So I think that that is the need.
Follow up?
Thank you. I appreciate your concerns, and I still think this is duplicative. Have you read RSA 571B? Was that considered in the drafting of your proposed legislation?
I considered more, what has been handed down by the U.S. Supreme Court and other courts in drafting this and in working with the Attorney General.
One more?
We have a lot of people that want to ask questions. Go ahead.
It's just not clear to me why we would want to create a redundant law. And so maybe we need to consider that more. Thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. You mentioned that the purpose of your bill was because there were a lot of specifics going on around the state. Could you clarify for me what is it you're talking about that's going on around the state that is not already covered by statute?
I think that we've read about many instances of materials being in school libraries and in schools that are objectionable to parents because of the nature of the materials. So I think that's why this bill is necessary.
Representative Tanner?
So before you stated that this wasn't a ban book problem, and now you're talking about that it's in school libraries, and of course, libraries have their own regulations and methods of reviewing books and that sort of thing. So I just wanted to follow up. Is it a banned book? Is it a banned book bill or not?
It is not. Very simply, it's not. School libraries, I'm not sure about what regulations you're talking about that school libraries have, but I think school libraries should comply with the law when it comes to making materials available to minors.
Further questions? Representative Woodcock?
Quite short. Representative, I just want to go back to, only after your response, on line 15 of page 2, when you're talking about inappropriate, the age of the minors, how is that determined? how is the appropriateness and age determined? 'Cause it doesn't tell you there.
Right.
Who makes that decision?
I think that's part of the process, throughout the complaint process. We talked about that with the Attorney General's office and felt that this was sufficient. There is, one state that I know of, I believe it's Oklahoma, that has layered in terms of general provisions, more specific provisions as to age requirements, sort of like a movie rating system. But that is the only one that I know of that goes beyond something like this.
Well,
Yes.
so there is no rating system here. So it's just the material is it's the one part that you inserted, you said it was yours, but it doesn't tell you anything about how you determine what is age appropriate to minors. That's all. There's no way to determine that.
I think
Based on
that, I think that age appropriateness is to be determined by the school and the state board and the courts if need be.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I do have a question. So I'd like to follow up where I'm putting my trustee hat on for the university system now and asking, why do we have higher education in this bill at all when we're talking about professional employees of a school district? We're saying at the end of the bill that we're referencing the code of ethics, which is not applicable to the non-certified professionals from professors at the university and community college. I understand community college may have dual and concurrent enrollment and may be dealing in minors, but would you recommend that we strike out higher education from this bill?
Right now, it just says education is exempt from the obscenity laws. So I wanted to remove K-12 from that, so I left higher education in there. I did not want to get into the discussion about, a medical school possibly providing something that someone might consider obscene, or a law school who would be examining cases and looking at testimony and looking at materials from prior cases that might raise questions about whether there was obscene material involved in the law review of materials. So if someone thinks higher ed should not be exempt either, we certainly can have that discussion.
Thank you. Further question, Representative Tanner?
Thank you. I'm wondering I'm looking at page 2, the enforcement and penalties, and I can't remember an education bill that we've passed that has a set fee of like $1,000 minimum. And who collects those fees and where do they go? And also, isn't that an incentive for false accusations to come through?
I don't believe it is, because there are criteria laid out on lines 32 and 33 as to what would be subject to a civil complaint.
Quickly.
So are we prescribing to the courts, or are we giving the Department of Education the ability to assess a fine of not less than $1,000?
It's the courts. This
We're
is a
telling the-
civil section. This is the court.
We're telling the courts what they have to do.
I think in our legal statutes, you'll see provisions made out to amounts of fines, jail terms, et cetera. So I don't see that this is any different than what is done in law throughout the country.
Isn't that criminal law, though?
Not in all cases, no.
Okay, I'd like to move on. We have 15 cards here. Representative Balboni, do you have one last aching question? Go ahead.
Thank you for taking my question. I just have, it's not really spelled out in here, but obviously in health education, there's descriptions of sexual education. And some of these terms that you use in here, pictures and descriptions can be used to describe sexual intercourse and contact, and questions come up during those discussions. They could be misinterpreted.
And I think with our statutes related to sexual education, parents can also opt their children out of some of those lessons.
Okay, are there any further questions? I know, but we will have a chance to do that during exec session as well. Okay, go ahead, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Going on the Representative Cardelli, on the definitions on page 1,
Yes,
those came from some other place?
those came from the New York penal law that was upheld by Ginsburg.
Okay, so I'm looking at sexual conduct, and I read through it quickly, and I should have read through it more clearly. Would this impact some of our cheerleading squads, some of our dance squads, some of those programs, some of those teachers that teach choreography, that teaches different theater and plays? I'm envisioning some of the acts that you're talking about here, and thinking back on even looking at last week's drum line at the school. So would that fall into this category? Cheerleading, theater.
I've never seen cheerleading at any football game that I've attended or basketball game that would fall under this sexual conduct.
You've never seen that gyration or anything? You must be going to a Baptist school.
Okay, I think
I
we're
went to
ready
public
for
school.
going on some other questions here.
Thank you.
We're going to move on now from the prime sponsor to folks that have driven down here for that. We just got a note from Michael Strand, and your card was next on the list anyway. So I'd like to invite Michael Strand. And the limited time is going to be 2 minutes due to the 17 cards I have here.
Cold, that's all.
Thank you, Representative Blatt, for giving me an opportunity to speak before I have to run back to work. And I will do my best to keep it as close to 2 as possible. My name is Michael Strand. I'm a Bedford resident and town councilor. I'm speaking for myself only today. And most importantly, I am the dad of a 10-year-old girl in Bedford Public Schools. I'm here to testify against this bill because I have serious concerns about the real intent and the practical inability to enforce it should it become law. In addition, I believe it would cause serious, long-term deleterious consequences, both intended and unintended, on our school system. And most importantly, our kids' ability to learn and think for themselves, free of government overreach and control. Quick story. In 1938, my great-grandmother left Slovakia on the far eastern edge of Europe next to Ukraine. She was 8 months pregnant. She got out before Hitler invaded. She was by herself. She didn't speak a word of English. And her first job was sweeping the stairs of the Empire State Building. My paternal grandfather was in Pearl Harbor and once spent 2 days in the open water before he was rescued. Our grandparents didn't fight against fascist regimes so that our children could go to school in a country that makes it easier to ban books. However well-intended this bill may be, however we might all agree there are some things we may not want our kids to see at certain ages, it's up to us as parents to know what our kids are reading, not to impose our personal, family, or religious values on a whole class or school or district, or in this case, a whole state. And let's be honest, this bill is not about protecting my 10-year-old from pornography in her 4th grade elementary school library, because there's nothing even remotely objectionable in that library. I've been there. Even if there are already suitable mechanisms for librarians, parents, teachers, principals to curate the curriculum in age-appropriate ways based on the needs of their local districts and populations. I know this because they already do it. This bill, in my opinion, I believe, is about censoring and curating high school curriculum to fit a political agenda. When kids are far past the age of reason, should have open access to information in order to learn how to think critically. They should be exposed to information outside of their comfort zone. They should be challenged. They should question, because real learning is controversial. Freedom is controversial. There's no other way. To the committee, I would ask you, when will we stop wasting time and taxpayer dollars on culture wars, which I believe this is connected to, and I know I have to wrap up here. There's some language in here that I wanted to focus on quickly, and you can kick me out. I have concerns
Maybe
that,
perhaps there might be some questions for you and you can integrate that into your responses.
can I just make one comment about the
Yes, you may.
escalation piece of it?
Yes, you may.
Biggest concern is that this undermines local control for locally elected school board members and districts. The clause that mentions a parent or guardian may appeal the local school board decision to the State Board of Education is problematic, and that's the most important thing I wanted to share today. I don't think we should be willing to relinquish any risk of losing local control. It should be up to local district, local principals, and not designed to intentionally create an environment of fear and censorship where parents or politicians with minority viewpoints might be able to escalate this if they're motivated by special interests and override local authority by appealing to the school board. And part of the reason for that is I believe that our school board itself, or the Board of Education at the state level, is compromised, politicized, and biased.
Thank you. If that's in your written testimony, could you submit that?
Yeah, absolutely.
That will be placed in the record. I'm going to have to cut you off right now, and
Totally
will you
understand.
accept questions?
Yeah, of course.
Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question.
3, 2.
You at one point referred to book banning, and I know that term will come up a lot today. You also mentioned your ancestors and which brings up sort of historical precedent. Historically, book banning is when a book is prohibited, like no one can get it.
Sure.
It's not published, it's not available anywhere, children, adults. That's historically what book banning is.
Sure.
So considering that this bill is just calling for prohibiting a vulnerable age group from seeing material that can objectively be judged as harmful to them, how exactly is this a book ban?
Because I think it creates a mechanism where you can escalate this to, the Board of Education, and again, back to, my prior point, no intent to politicize here, but right now we have a Board of Education where, the vice chair of the Republican Party sits on the Board of Education. That's a conflict of interest. We have a very nice, intelligent man from my own town who sits on the Board of Education, but he also runs a conservative talk radio show and has had to recuse himself from votes before because he actually was connected to or invested in a company receiving a public contract from the state. That's a conflict of interest. And, even the chairman of the Board of Education is a man who, no knock to him or his choices, but he homeschooled all 5 of his children for personal religious reasons. So he now gets a potentially tie-breaking vote on what material is age-appropriate, acceptable, objectionable, or offensive for my daughter. I mean, I don't think so. That doesn't work.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Lekis, and then Representative Damon.
You had mentioned that you thought determining that it was up to the parents to determine what a child sees or doesn't see. And I'm wondering how the parents can do that when their child is sent off to school for many hours during the day. How does the parent know everything that is in that school library or that classroom?
Yeah. I think it requires a level of public trust in educators and librarians that actually have to you can't even do it with a bachelor's degree. It requires a master's of library science in many cases. There are mechanisms for book selection. I did this in college as a quick side example, and it was one of the more challenging experiences I had. And I know we're not talking about college. I interned at this, sort of radical small alternative press magazine. And this is, pre-Me Too movement, some of the vocalization of, a need for LGBTQ representation and equal rights. And I had to objectively choose books that were challenging for me, and didn't necessarily align with my experiences or, or ideas that I had never even had or values that I potentially had. But that was a good challenge for me as a young person to understand that just because I may not agree with a certain perspective or lifestyle or have a personal experience, that, you know, those voices still deserve to be heard. And I think that this bill, whether intentionally or not, you know, with respect to Representative Cordelli, I think it, you know, really threatens to undermine, you know, the sort of open society and you know, open critical thinking and learning that is the bedrock of our democracy. So I don't mean to be dramatic, but I think the long-term consequences of this could be severe and you know, un-American, frankly, in my opinion.
Representative Damon, then Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here and bringing in your personal family history to the reasons why you oppose this bill. Could you give us a little more of, you referenced that you had some specific concerns about the language in the bill. Could you speak more to that?
Sure. Briefly, out of respect to the other folks here. So, you know, I just had a couple pull quotes here from the language. Quote, material lacks serious literary, scientific, medical, artistic, or political value for minors. Who decides serious? What objective system of measurement could be used to determine the seriousness of value when talking about literature or politics? I was an English major. You know, I think, you know, maybe not in high school, but I guess, I don't know if I'm allowed to ask questions. I had a question potentially for Representative Cordelli. You know, I'm curious if Representative Cordelli thinks that
You can't.
Oh, I
ask
can't.
that.
I'm sorry.
You can't
Okay.
ask that.
So, you know, Allen Ginsberg, I heard a Ginsberg reference here. Allen Ginsberg's famous poem, How, went through many trials and tribulations in terms of banning. It's a meaningful, important poem that's part of American history that does intentionally use vulgarity rhetorically to elicit a response from the reader, and it's dealing with mental health issues and issues of systemic homophobia at that time when gay people were openly oppressed. This is important from a civil rights perspective and an artistic perspective, and that's just one more extreme example. But I think we could find many more. By Walt Whitman. What are we not going to teach?
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. You've just testified that what you've deemed to be true learning can only occur when children are made to be uncomfortable. Can you provide any specific examples of how children in your district are purposely made to be uncomfortable and how that's a positive thing for their learning?
Sure, it's a fair question. Again, this is where I think we have to trust educators and professionals, and I don't know that it's fair to say we're intentionally making kids uncomfortable. And this is also, again, where we get back to what's age appropriate, and that should be determined locally. I'll give you a perfect example. In our town, and I'm not on the school board. I'm not really that involved. My kiddo is in elementary school, so I don't know what, is filling the library of the high school. And, I paid a little more attention lately because there's been, supposed controversy over it. We had a gentleman who was protesting at a municipal election with, a pull quote from a book that, made that book look like it was, gratuitous vulgarity. The board had actually, I think the local school board had already adjudicated on this with input from parents in the local community. And, the context was completely, manipulated for the sake of that. And only the vulgar content was put on a billboard where children who probably shouldn't have been reading that had to see it because it was from the high school, So I don't know that it's about intentionally making anybody uncomfortable, but I think that in open dialogue, especially in, in study of the arts and history and government and in literature, healthy, challenging conversations and dialogue and dialectical learning is going to happen. I don't know that we're forcing it or should.
Thank you.
If I may, just in a brief follow-up, does that then mean that you would retract your specific statement that the true learning can only occur when children are forced outside of their comfort zone?
I think it depends on the context. I mean, that's a broad brush, but, I think, again, depending upon age and content, it's healthy to be exposed to things that are different than what we're used to. And I think it may be especially relevant in New Hampshire.
Further questions? Have you asked one of them? I did, that's fine. I'd like to move on, please. Representative Nodder.
Thank you very much for your time. I
Thank
appreciate it.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Representative Nodder, and I'm here because I wanted to be on record supporting this bill. Because when we know that something is inherently wrong and we do nothing to try to stop it, then we too are at fault. And I believe wholeheartedly that letting little children see perverse material is just disgusting, and it's wrong, and we should not allow it.
Thank you.
And that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Thank you very much, Representative. I'd like to call forward Mark Hebert.
Former state rep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome back.
Hey there. I'd like to speak this morning in favor of the bill. Bill 1419. Oops. Did you hear the?
Yes, yes, we did.
What we are here today to discuss is a step along the path. It is a step that is at the same time regrettable as it is necessary. The responsibility of parents is to determine how best to create future adults. What we are doing this morning is we are discussing a way to protect the next generation. Here are the questions before you today. Why are we placing in schools materials that are considered harassment if they were in the workplace? Why are we not providing the same protection to children in our schools that we provide employees in our workplaces? Does that make sense? I think not. Enough is enough. House Bill 1419 takes a stand. It is regrettable that it is necessary, but it is time to deal with a situation that is undercutting our principles and our values. If we wish to continue the American dream, if we intend to have this country move forward into the future with the prosperity that we have been able to develop in the past, we need to protect our future generation. The do-nothing alternative is just simply irresponsible. We've reached a place where we have in our schools an open repository for material that is ethically, morally questionable. And we need to do something to put up some guide rails. Quibbling about how we do it may be appropriate, but we need to take some kind of action. If this committee couldn't do it last year, what reassurance do you provide the public that you'll deal with it in the future, in the present? You have a bill before you. If you don't like what's in it, say what's wrong with it, mark it up, and move forward. That's all I have to say, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you very much. I'd like to call Representative Louise Andrus. Representative, is it? Yeah, it's 1419.
Okay.
Are you wanting to speak, Representative?
No.
Oh, you don't want to speak? That's okay. We had a card here for you.
Oh, I thought I just put that I was in favor of the bill, but I didn't put down that on the screen.
Well, that's what we have the blue sheets there for that too. So thank you very much. Representative David Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm here today to oppose the bill. I would, however, like to begin by expressing support for part of what the sponsor is trying to do, because I do agree with the sponsor about one thing, which is that parents and guardians deserve a clear and transparent process for raising an objection. This is already the case in the vast majority of districts who have policies in place, but I agree with the sponsor that something needs to be done about that. And I think we can do something about that, and I've been trying to work on that issue on a bipartisan basis this year. The bill before us today, though, I have a lot of issues with. And I want to touch on 4 points here that are problematic for me. The first is the vagueness in the way that we're defining materials harmful to minors. The second is the impact on students. The third is the procedure itself, which I think is impracticable for many schools and districts, and the appeal process, which a prior speaker touched on, so I'll try to stay very brief on that point. So, to the point of the vagueness of our definitions here, I think I'd like everyone to just do a quick silent thought exercise, which is to imagine what material for you personally you think crosses the line into being harmful for minors. Imagining something that just crosses over the line for a 7-year-old. Now imagine, what does that material look like for a 12-year-old? Now imagine, what does that material look like for a 17-year-old? And I can guarantee you a couple things if we all do that. One is that we would all agree that there are certain materials that would be wildly inappropriate. They're not there, right? We don't have pornography being distributed in school. We all would agree that's inappropriate. Something else I think I can guarantee is that each of us would have put that line somewhere a little bit different, depending on what age group we're talking about, depending on who we are, what our individual family values are. And the reason I ask everyone to think through it this way is, imagine the impossible position we are putting an educator in trying to draw that line based on our widely differing interpretations of exactly where it falls. We are putting them in an impossible position. I'd also note that our trained professionals who are making these selection decisions are doing this very thing themselves already, right? They are trying to determine what is appropriate for the children that they serve in their particular community. So I think this vagueness is problematic both for the educators on the ground. I think it also guarantees, as we've seen in other states, this is going to be a long, drawn-out litigation process if it were to pass. This is what we're seeing happen in other places like Arkansas.
Your time is up. We gave you 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm sorry. I guess I would then just I'll submit some written testimony after the fact, and I would just stress the point that we are going to be putting educators in a position where they are trying to operate within a safe harbor and not taking risks. And the students who are going to be disserviced by that are some of our most vulnerable students, including LGBTQ kids, including children who have faced sexual trauma and violence, and that a lot of the materials that are being targeted are materials that can help them as they navigate those things in their lives.
Thank you very much. Are you willing to take any questions?
Sure.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Tanner?
Thank you for your testimony. Could you explain a little bit, since you're actually making a clear policy on how to work through this, you said procedure was one of your issues. Could you explain a little bit more on that?
Certainly, yes. I think I appreciate the sponsor's intent of trying to guarantee a swift resolution. I think that goal is laudable, but I think on the ground it will be very difficult to implement. In many districts, you assemble a committee that might include a parent, it might include your school librarian, a relevant subject area teacher, maybe even a student to review the material. And you have to review the work as a whole, right? The Miller test says, the work considered as a whole has no literary value. Its primary purpose is to appeal to a prurient interest, right? So you need to analyze the work as a whole. That whole committee would need to read through the material, right? So I think it's not practical, the deadlines that have been set, and districts will need more flexibility. I'd also note that we're having, in New Hampshire, we're seeing more and more of people coming forward with multiple complaints at once. So a parent might come in with a list of 20 books, and it's just not workable to provide the thoughtful analysis of each of those 20 titles that is needed on the timelines provided. I applaud the goal of trying to be responsive to the complaint in a timely fashion, but I think the specific, stringent, and inflexible timelines that are here are just not workable.
Thank you very much. Further, Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Lett. Representative Page, welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you.
You sound, as you're presenting, as you have a background in this. You have a background in books or banning or evaluation?
I work with librarians a lot, yes.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. One of your categories was appeals process, your concerns. Can you just speak a little bit about that?
Sure. So the way I see this is, on the one hand, we're saying that we're making this determination based on prevailing community standards, right? That's how we're determining what's harmful to minors, is prevailing community standards. On the other hand, we're saying when a local school board makes that determination, a school board that's accountable to their local community and the people who elected them, who can be removed if people don't like the way they're voting on these things, we're taking that power away and giving it to unelected bureaucrats to say, we disagree with your local decision about what your prevailing community standards are. I see that as extremely problematic. I also see it as problematic that this would be determined not in a court of law. I mean, typically when we're talking about obscenity, we're talking about a legal determination. I find that piece of this bill particularly problematic. Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you.
I have a card here. Just take them in the order they come. Bear Christina from the school boards. Do you want to speak now, or do you have? You don't take a position. You have any technical? Pardon me? We'll do that. You can hit the home run. Anne Marie Banfield.
I have my jacket on, it's so cold. Good morning, Anne Marie
Good morning.
Banfield. I'm here to support HB 419, and I'll also be submitting testimony from a single parent of an autistic child living in Seabrook, New Hampshire. I met Tabitha several months ago because of the numerous problems her son was experiencing in public school. One of the first things I do is try to figure out how to keep a student in their local public school. Tabitha said her son once loved his school, but she could see that he was beginning to hate it. I attended a virtual IEP meeting with another parent advocate in New Hampshire to make sure that the school personnel working with Tabitha's son were following some of the procedures that apply to autistic children. There were some problems that were occurring with some of the school personnel, which she believed caused her son to act out in an inappropriate way. A once happy autistic child started to change his behavior after starting school in the fall. Tabitha explained how her son in 6th grade told her that he was shown sexual images and exposed to sexual language. She began looking into what was available to him on the Chromebook and found the SOAR app. The library app the school supplies students contains pornographic books that are not appropriate for 6th grade children, especially autistic child can be a bit of a challenge, but Tabitha was able to figure out that something was seriously wrong. She even filed a report with the commissioner and the local police. As a single parent of an autistic child, she made sure that anything that he was able to access at home did not include this kind of obscenity. Autistic parents know that this kind of X-rated material could cause behavior problems that they do not want to have to deal with. And yet here he was using sexualized and highly inappropriate language in school towards his teachers. Then this resulted in punishments towards him. Tabitha feels that the district making these books available to her child helped create behavior problems. How do you trust adults working with special needs students who make obscene materials available to children? She felt her rights were violated under disability, civil rights, and IDEA. This all caused his behaviors to worsen. She felt it gave them the ability to punish him. She felt she had no other choice but to homeschool her son to keep him safe and provide a better education for him. How many other children have acted out based on highly sexualized content and pictures that have been made available to them. A child who acts out but lacks the ability to control their behavior like other children, he was not only punished, but had to leave his public school. If you care about supporting public education, children with special needs, and other children, then you don't provide these kinds of materials, obscene and pornographic. As I've reported to this committee in the past, parents need to understand that books that they simply do not like cannot be removed from the school library. It's too subjective. However, when a book or any materials cross over to obscenities, it is considered child sexual abuse.
Your 3 minutes is up.
One more
Wrap it up,
statement.
please.
StopItNow.org is committed to stopping the sexual abuse of children. On their website, it says showing pornographic pictures to a child is considered sexual abuse. I do have the parents.
Can you submit that?
Is it okay to read it publicly?
Well, I'd rather not
Okay.
have something read right
That's
there
fine.
verbatim. We can read that. Are there any questions for
sorry.
the
Yeah.
presenter? Thank you very much.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you. I'd like to call
this is from-
Megan Tuttle.
This is from the parent. It's got her maiden name and her
Do you,
legal name. So you want
okay, thank you. Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. For the record, my name is Megan Tuttle, President, NEA New Hampshire, representing about 17,000 educators across the state. Now we'll keep this short. Here today to express our opposition to House Bill 1419, which really just amounts to another attempt at eliminating unnamed books from our public schools by using vague standards, accompanied by a process that's difficult to piece together, potentially very harmful to an educator that's caught in the middle of this. As it was brought up before, it's unclear to us why we need this bill, since we have an objectionable material statute that already lays out a process for exempting a student from material that a parent objects to their student viewing. So what sorts of books and materials does this proposed bill language capture that the current statute does not? It does provide specific definitions at the beginning, but then it becomes vague, contains very subjective standards. For example, under the definition, harmful to minors, what does the phrase patently offensive to prevailing standards in the adult community with respect to what is suitable for minors mean? The entire sentence is difficult to assess, especially from the standpoint of the educator that has to adjudicate the law. So who decides what the prevailing standard is? Which adult community is the bill referring to? Anyone reading the news on a daily basis can probably surmise that we lack any kind of cohesive adult community who could arrive at an agreement as to what is offensive. Is this the adult community who thinks books about gay relationships are offensive, or the adult community who does not? This is hardly an objective standard by which to operate. In today's climate, we cannot seem to agree as an adult community what material holds serious literary or scientific value. With such a subjective set of standards as is laid out in the subdivision under paragraph 2, this will be a difficult bill to interpret or enforce. This lastly leads me to our concerns regarding the complaint process that's laid out in the bill. The legislation calls for each local school board to adopt a complaint resolution policy, but it's quite prescriptive and ends with the state board making the final determination on what is harmful. It lays the first decision on the school principal or their designee as to whether the material meets the vague and subjective standards outlined early in the bill and whether it should be removed or restricted. That determination could mean that one parent's assessment of a particular book leads to no other student being able to access that work. The appeal process of a particular leads to the local school board and then to the state board. At the point a determination is appealed to the state board, are they determining whether the local school board followed the process correctly, or are they making a decision on a case-by-case basis as to whether certain works are allowable under the statute for conceivably all students to the state? So we're left wondering what the bill accomplishes beyond the current objectionable materials law, other than to let one subjective interpretation of its vague standards affect access to school material that allows other students the freedom to learn. And so for these reasons, we're respectfully asking the House Education Committee to find House
Right on the money.
House Bill 1419 an expedient to legislate. 18 years in the classroom.
Thank you very much.
And I do have written testimony that has some more to hand in.
Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Lekis.
When it comes to the objectionable material, and thanks for taking my question, by the way. When it comes to objectionable material, which you talked about, schools have to post and publish that. My question is, how will parents know what books are in their library, since in lots of schools, they can't go in and peruse the school library? So how are you suggesting that parents know that?
Thank you for the question. There's lots of ways that parents can be involved in their child's education. They can contact the school librarian if they hear that something's in there that they don't like, if they see it on an app that their child might have. I know there's apps out there for libraries, for schools across the state. If they see something, they can contact the school. I think it's easy to get in touch with the school. I have 3 children of my own. I'm in contact with the school, their teachers, their administration all the time.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Wouldn't that be after the child has already seen the material? How does the parent know beforehand so that the child doesn't see the material?
Thank you for the question. I still think there's other ways that they can do it. If they're hearing things in the community before their child, this isn't I don't see this as a silent issue where parents don't have any idea what's going on in their children's schools. I think something that is considered or might be considered objectionable is probably being talked about, whether a child has checked out the book or not, or seen it on an app. And I think there's lots of ways that you can be in contact with the schools. The schools are open for parents to contact them with questions, concerns, lots of things like that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Representative Dry?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I want to talk about the appeal to the State Board of Education. It talks about the appeal of the local school board decision. So that would be the decision between the parent and the school board, which is that's the purview of the state board to hear appeals and issue decisions about disputes between individuals and school systems. So I think that wouldn't you agree that maybe this is talking about that particular ruling, the decision of that particular parent?
Thank you for the question. I think it could, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Damon? Or was it Representative Hall? Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you know if most or how many school libraries have their library catalog? I mean, it's online. You can just go in and see what books they have.
Thank you for the question. I do not know the exact number that have that. I would assume, and again, this is just an assumption without looking at all of them, that with technology that we have today, that's a pretty fair assumption that you would be able to see the materials that are in there. But again, I can't say that for every single school.
Right, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Tanner?
Thank you. Just to clarify the earlier question about the appeal to the state school board, is the state school board making a decision on that the local school board did not follow the proper procedure and give the parent the ability to go through that procedure? Or are they deciding whether the material itself is objectionable or not?
Thank you for the question. That was my question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following up on Representative Lakis's question or remark, are you aware of schools where parents are not permitted to go in the library?
Thank you for the question. I'm not. I know that I can go into my school's libraries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Nancy Bitterman.
Good morning, Nancy Biederman. I'm here to speak in support of this bill. As a parent who has actually brought questions and concerns about a book that was brought into the curriculum for our school district about 5 years ago and was not really heard by her school board and brought up fact after fact that the school board did not follow policy. It was not brought in front of the curriculum committee. The 2 administrators who actually proposed the book only read the first 2 chapters, never read the entire book, which I find horrific as an educator. No, my child did not read this book, and the school district and the board still did not take the book out of the school and the curriculum and have it reviewed and looked at like it was supposed to according to its policies. So all of you that say there are policies in place, yeah, there's policies, but they choose not to follow them. So that is a big problem. I've been an educator for 15 years. I've taught K to 8 grade levels. There has never been an instance where I felt like I needed to have a book that contained graphic descriptions or materials in the classroom at all. I don't know where this push is that we need to have this material in the classroom. I would never choose to have it. When students would have questions, I knew where the line was. And today's educators don't seem to know where the line is anymore. I knew that if a child asked a question, and I felt like that was definitely a parent's opinion and viewpoint, I would say, you know, that's a question for your mom and dad. And that's not a question that I'm going to answer in the classroom today. And then we would move on to another topic. I don't understand why teachers feel like they have to answer every question a child asks. And then again, if that question, I would definitely call the parents and tell them, you know, hey, your child had this question today in school. I think you need to have a discussion about this. I knew my place. And I knew that I should not step over that line and interfere with a child and a parent's beliefs and opinions and ideas. And kids never knew what my opinion, belief, and ideas were. And I taught U.S. government for many years, so they did not know it. As far as the teachers union saying that objectionable materials, that parents would know about it beforehand, we don't. There have been many incidences where teachers have shown stuff and parents find out after the fact. So the kids have already been exposed to this material and the damage has already been done. And this is what we need to stop. I don't know why this even has to be a bill, because I would think that teachers would know and educators would know that this does not need to be there. And librarians should know that this should not be in the schools.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing, thank you very much. I'd like to call Dr. Sydney Leggett.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for your time today. I am here on behalf of the New Hampshire School Administrators Association Equity Committee to oppose HB 1419. I'd like to say that I am Dr. Sydney Leggett. I am here on behalf of the Equity Committee, but I'd also like to say that I am a 25-year public school educator. I have been a teacher, a principal. I have been a director of curriculum instruction and assessment, and for the last 7 years, I've been a superintendent. I also will add that I have 3 wonderful children who have gone through New Hampshire schools. HB 1419 raises very significant concerns, particularly in the context of education. The primary reasons for my objection are the dangerous slippery slope of curriculum bans. And I also am concerned because there seems to be a conflation between curriculum and library, and I hope that the committee considers that those are not the same thing. There are potentially negative side effects on students in need, and once again, the inclusion of conduct violations and threats of firing teachers is not going to help New Hampshire students or New Hampshire educators. I find this bill to be redundant because we already have systems, laws, regulations, and policies in place, as many people have already stated here, that deal with objectionable materials. Teachers and curriculum experts are trained to select materials that follow curriculum standards and meet the developmental needs of their learners. There is absolutely no need to add new language in any law that promotes outright bans on curriculum or books, because we already have processes in place to take care of these issues. This kind of a law is a significant overstep in enforcing and imposing specific values on educators, families, kids, and schools. Teachers already restrict and allow curriculum materials through a process, and they are trained experts to do just that. It is clear that this is another attempt on banning anything in schools potentially related to sexuality and gender identity, a target against the LGBTQ community, and I really want to remind this committee that those are protected classes under the law. This is also language that comes from other states. This bill is largely language that comes from other states. This is not a New Hampshire problem. I can tell you that in about the 25 years I've been an educator, I can think of possibly 2 examples where we went through an objectionable materials process. The process was handled well, and I would argue that the educators and the parents both walked away feeling good about the dialogue and the conversation that happened throughout the process. This will add another chilling factor that makes educators feel unsure, uneasy, and concerned about their jobs. It is difficult to hire teachers already. More are leaving the profession, and the ones who are currently in schools feel that their jobs and their licenses are more on the line than ever.
Can you wrap it up? You've just gone by 3 minutes.
Absolutely. I just want to get to the especially the effect on students, and then I'll absolutely stop and take questions. Students do need to have access to information, and that is a law. And I really worry about how this bill would affect our school counselors, our school nurses, or anybody else who might be working with a student in need who could be potentially having issues, sexual abuse. They need a trusted adult to help them. This really puts into play a lot of barriers for students getting the help that they need. I urge you to reconsider the implications of HB 1419. Largely, it is redundant.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll be happy to take questions.
If you have written comment, could you please submit that so we can get that into the record?
Yes.
Representative Cordiello?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question.
Thank you.
It's a question I asked before because you also have brought up the term book banning. I don't know if you use the exact phrase, but the words were in there: curriculum banning, banning of books. And it seems that this term the definition seems to be changing because historically it meant the book would not be available to anyone. It would be prohibited, and the only way to obtain it would be through some sort of black market underground. So given this idea of book banning, as it's traditionally been known, how do you see this as a ban where it's just being prohibited to one vulnerable group who may clearly be harmed by the material?
Mostly because, and this is where I think there's a conflation between curriculum, laws, regulation, policies, and libraries. Because in libraries, which I think is what you're talking about, right, is that students still have a right to access information. So this is an infringement on First Amendment rights for students. And when you are prohibiting something, specifically prohibiting a book, it is book banning, whether it's in a school or whether it's for the larger public. It's the same thing.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Michael Bessett?
Morning, everybody. There's been a lot said already, and I'm not going to repeat what other people have said. I want to tell you 2 very brief stories so that you can connect. My name is Michael Bissett. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of the Kearsarge Regional School District, but I'm a former educator in the classroom. I spent about 8 years teaching biology at 6th, 7th, and 8th grade levels. Okay, and I taught in New York. I'm also the New York State First Class Teacher of the Year. Okay, so that was my first year teaching. I want to tell you a brief story about that experience in my first year because, interestingly enough, it has application to this. I was teaching biology. I was teaching a course to 7th grade students. It was relevant to the topic of the value of human life. And I was actually teaching a multi-part unit in which I was comparing the value of human life by having children explore the concept through cognitive dissonance that people have. And that's that conversation, I think, that Representative Belcher was describing about having to learn in a situation in which that juxtaposition between 2 realities exists. I was teaching 7th graders that different people have different values of human life, and that was a shock to them. This is in 1993. Okay, where I was having this conversation, and I put it out on the table for them that insurance companies, for example, value by their actuarial costs and all the associated things that are assigned to that. If you melt down a human body, sounds pretty gross, but I'm a biology teacher. You take all those elements down. You take the mineral content. That actual value has a value assigned to it, and so that explorative process of looking at different types of perspectives and viewpoints allowed me to have a moment with children to be able to explain to them that different purposes and different subjective viewpoints do matter. They make a difference on all of the ways that we experience the world around them. That's 1993, okay? it's a strange situation when I actually agree with Representative Cordelli. No offense, sir, but the honest answer is I actually agree with the concept of keeping kids safe in schools. As a school principal for 16 years in grades 4th through 6th grade, I worked with students in an age group that's particularly vulnerable in that regard. And I can tell you firsthand that I had experiences with parents, many experiences with parents. One primary story sticks out in my mind in which I had to literally take out and send out communications to the school in a very wealthy, affluent community, for the most part, in terms of the Hopkinton School District. I had to send notification to parents, including at that time, the students in that school, the governor of the state of New Hampshire, information telling them that motion picture video guidelines for video games, which included at the time a rash of kids bringing in information about Grand Theft Auto, in which prostitutes are beaten to death for points. I had to explain to parents that those types of video games that were in the hands of their 4th grade students was inappropriate. So I take offense at the terminology of people saying that educators out there aren't on the defensive trying to protect students from unhealthy or unsafe situations. We do it on a daily basis. Where I take offense in this particular legislation is all around the removal of the local standard. Representative Cordelli touts the fact that Miller versus California was a standard. That's 1972, by the way, in case you didn't know that particular fact.
You just ran out of time.
Well, and may I
Wrap it up,
open for
please.
questions, sir?
I appreciate you're an intermediate level principal too at one time. I was also. And well, are there questions? Do you have written testimony? Oh, Representative Tanner.
Could you explain a little bit more about the values of the Miller
Certainly. The prong of the Miller that I find the most challenging, and I think that there's a plethora of literature that's out there that supports this, is the vagueness standard. And there's the Supreme Court says it, the Journal of New England Law says it, and frankly in 1987, that all of the case law after that found it particularly challenging to be able to identify the standards that Representative Cordelli built into the language, which I believe is that whole standard that surrounds the idea of content that has value, among other things. The one thing that I think that is most important to me, if I leave you with no other fact whatsoever, is that the importance of that standard from Miller says the same thing. And it says that the community standard is the value that is one of the most important prongs that stems from that decision, that the local community gets to make the decision where the value lies. But the bill that's being placed out here in front of us today absolutely is a false representation of community value. It simply says that, you know what, we're going to put in front of you the ability to challenge curriculum, which already exists, by the way, under policy KE and many other policies in schools, for individual parents to make individual rights decisions about their personal values. But when it comes to the materials in our libraries, the materials in our classroom, there is policy. It's by law mandatory. And yes, to your question that was asked over here, accessibility to library contents is already in legislation. And almost every school has a digital format for interlibrary loan information and tracking where those books are being sent and what the content of libraries are. But when you take this decision, you move it away from the school principal or the lead investigator, which has to do the impossible in the first place, make that decision, and you move it to a board, which is the elected body, and that body is denied because somebody doesn't agree with the decision, and they move it to a political body. How is that a representation of the local community? It's not. It's the state. And in this case, it's a particular political bent of the state because it's an appointed body that's making the decision. So I ask you to strongly consider that, yes, we need to keep our children safe. Allow us to do the work that we do in education the right way. Please allow us that. But please leave the decision at the school board level as the final appeal process.
Thank you. Are there further questions? A very quick one, please.
Could you comment on, several people have mentioned the chilling effect on teachers, that even having this bill and having it go through all the hoops in you know, the House and the Senate and that sort of thing, have on your ability as a superintendent or assistant superintendent
I can, and I can tell you the personal story of me when a group of individuals, as I was doing the lesson that I was describing to you, the day after I completed that lesson, I was in my classroom, and I have similar stories I could share with you about modern classrooms from the years that I was the principal. In this particular situation, a group of parents came into the school. They snuck into the school because they walked in through the front door. There were about 15 to 20 of them. They were wearing white blouses and black overalls and hats, and they all had Bibles in front of them, and they walked into my lab and they lined up in a straight line, women in front, men behind, with the Bibles all open, quoting Genesis to me. I was terrified. I was 21 years old. And I didn't know what was going to happen. If not for the fact that that school principal, Joe Cordelli, was sitting in that office, come running down the hallway saying, "You can't be doing this," I would have been absolutely chilled to the fact that I would never have taught that lesson, which, by the way, was on human life. It wasn't even on evolution, which was the next chapter.
Please consider it. Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Charlotte. Welcome and thank you for your testimony. It's been terrific.
Thank you.
And for your dedication to the education profession.
Thank you.
You mentioned that the Miller standard was 1972.
Miller, California, I believe it was 72. Yep.
Okay. That's 50 some odd years ago. 5 decades. Half these people weren't even here. Do you know if that standard has been changed since then?
I'm not a lawyer. There are people in this audience who are. They can speak to that with far greater, authority than myself. Okay. Probably Christina can tell you that one. But I do know this, in a simple search and research of the topic, the themes that I was able to come up with based off of the Miller decision, which were predicated by decisions on, I think it was called Mission or Missionary or something to that effect of Massachusetts, and there was another one prior to that. All of those comments that came forward say the same thing. When you leave the definitions vague and you leave the definitions in places where you don't have that clarity, it creates that nebulous, chilling effect for teachers. And it happens. I have teachers who are refusing to use art in schools, in classrooms. Degas, right now, or Manet rather. If I want to show you the picture of Olympia, where Olympia is in a reclined position and her breast is exposed, I'm subject to Mr. Cordelli's or Representative Cordelli's interpretation as to whether or not that has artistic value. That's not fair because it's going to create a chilling effect. Why? Because the process that's defined inside this bill doesn't allow the school board to make that decision. It rests on a political body with a political bent. And so rather than take the risk, and by the way, there's a financial cost to this, whether the note says it or not, I, as the school administrator, I'm going to employ a lawyer. That's going to cost a lot of money, by the way. And if you think that we're not facing a situation right now where frivolous complaints are being filed, I would refer you to the 91A complaints for stacks and stacks and stacks of information that are being put out because they know, and Representative Cordelli knows this, that by creating the chilling effect that's in place, it's going to prohibit people from doing it in the first place because individuals aren't getting their way because they're not in alignment with a community moral standard.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
One personal.
No. Further questions? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Laura L. Assam. No, because you've already testified. You can't.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here today. I'm from Londonderry, Laura Elazam. I have 5 kids. Couple of things. I think words are important and it just keeps going round and round. Words have meaning. This bill, keeping obscene materials out of schools, is no more book banning than having an ID check at a strip club or at a nightclub. It's just something that reasonable adults have understood for ages is a fact. Some materials are okay for adults, but not okay for children. My children, when they grew up, there were things that we discussed at home that we didn't discuss at schools. I never certainly said to them, the only thing that's okay to talk about is what your history teacher talks to you about or what your biology teacher talks to you about. It's my job to talk about all kinds of things to expand their horizons and make them better people. A lot of it just doesn't belong in schools. And when I think about the frequent argument that I keep hearing, I just really wish you'd reject it. The idea that there is a group of people, whether they identify with a certain ideology or whether they've had certain experiences in their lives that may have been tragic, that they should identify that they need to have their identity built upon an obscene book, a book that depicts very graphically, not just biological sex, but all kinds of really perverted things. And it may not be your opinion that that's perverted, that's okay. But to tell your kid, because of who you are, because of who you want to be, this book is absolutely critical to your identity. I think that's a tragic, tragic diminishment of their human dignity, and it really limits their horizons. And I wish that we didn't have to stake the happiness of kids or their emotional well-being on the existence of prurient, really truly disgusting books available to them in the libraries. It isn't book banning, it's just simple responsible adulthood to say, hey, you can go down and get that at Barnes & Noble, but it's not going to be available in the publicly funded library. That's all.
Thank you very much. Are you willing to take questions?
Sure.
Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Giles Bissonette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you. First time this session for this committee, so it's good to see you all. Gilles Bissonette, I'm the legal director of the ACLU of New Hampshire, strongly in opposition with respect to this bill. And I know that I have very limited time, so I kind of want to go through my points pretty quickly, but I do think they're very important here. And I do think that this is a bill really in search of a problem. I haven't seen any indication today that existing school district or school board policies are insufficient and don't permit book challenges. In fact, we have seen book challenges throughout the state. Districts have policies in place to address these, so community members can raise concerns and those can be vetted. So I don't think this bill is necessary to that extent, because I don't think I've heard any real reason to indicate why those policies are in any way insufficient or inadequate. But I think more importantly, there are existing laws on the books here. And I just think it's critical to understand that and even to dive into what those laws do. So on page 2 of my testimony, I actually recite not the entirety, but the entire of the chapter, but the entirety of 2 sections that are New Hampshire's harmful to minors statute. And that's what we're talking about here, but we already have a statute that addresses this, and that's RSA 571B1 and 571B2. And I just haven't heard anything today to demonstrate why that statute's insufficient at all. And I think that is really like the critical question here. In what ways is that statute inadequate? And I don't think it is inadequate in any way. And to the extent that this bill is aimed at culling out books or instructional material that is not covered under existing law, to the extent it goes beyond that, that's actually could create serious constitutional issues that I want to walk this committee through. But there are real ways, too, in which this bill, frankly, is actually even more expansive than existing law, which I think is just as problematic. The first is there's no knowing requirement here in this particular statute. In addition, as was mentioned before, and I think it's important to highlight when we talk about obscenity, we're talking about community standards. This, I actually think, goes beyond that. It is true that there is kind of a complaint process that's done at the local level under this bill, but it's subject to appeal by the State Board of Education. What standards is the State Board of Education going to be using? Is it the community? Is it the state? And the fact that it's a State Board of Education, I think, highlights a problem with this, which is that the decision at the end of the day can and should be at the local level, which is consistent with current practice. And I think this upends that norm, and also I do think runs somewhat contrary to the community standards approach that exists in state law. In addition, one way in this statute is more expansive and potentially in a problematic way is that it targets more than just sexual conduct. It targets mere nudity and sexual excitement. And I think that does create some constitutional problems, particularly when you look at the Reno versus ACLU case, which talks about how, from a constitutional perspective, you would need to limit obscenity to sexual conduct. That is not what this bill does. I also do think that this bill adds a separate standard apart from the constitutional standard, which is the fourth criteria that Representative.
You've gone beyond your time.
Sure. The inappropriate to the age of the minor standard, I just would note, exists outside of constitutional doctrine and is problematic. And lastly, the law is vague. And lastly, I think the criminal piece in Section 1 is really a different thing altogether. It should be stricken. That also would implicate K through 12 private schools as well. So I just wanted to flag that particular issue, but that's mentioned in my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Representative Dry?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question.
Thank you.
I wanted just again to talk about the school board and the decision process, because that's part of due process, is to be able to take an appeal, a decision between an individual and a school system.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
would you take that part out of the equation then and not have it in due process be part of the process?
Oh, no, I think there's plenty of due process. In fact, there already would be multiple layers of review, right? You go to the superintendent, right? Layer number one. If you disagree with that decision, you can go to the local school board. I think that is fine. And in fact, I think that's consistent with current policy. I think that is consistent with due process. What I have is a added layer of concern about is this whole separate kind of state board of education process, which I think now takes this out of the community standards approach, which is what we normally consider these issues. The law that I mentioned, 517B, is I think is reflective of that. You file, a lawsuit could be filed in county court. It's adjudicated by a county judge. A county attorney can also bring a claim. That too is consistent with community standards. I don't think the State Board of Education piece here is.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Light. Good morning, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I was just trying to get some clarity. I asked the previous speaker, and he acknowledged I should ask someone more knowledgeable in law than him, and that's clearly more than me. So I'm going to go back to the middle of 1972 standard.
Sure.
There was a law that this bill is predicated on. Are you aware if that law has been changed to be less vague and more specific as time has gone on?
I think it's generally, frankly, this current standard, and I think you have to look at Miller and the Ginsburg case that Representative Cordelli mentioned, and kind of that, because that case deals with minors in particular.
Right.
Those standards, as old as they are, still exist, and they're evaluated and adjudicated at the community level because communities are different. So I do view it as the current state of the law still.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Light.
You're welcome. Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to invite Rusanne Chester.
Hi, my name's Roseanne Chester. I'm from Bedford, New Hampshire, and I would just like to say, yes, parents are being denied to go into libraries. Happening in my town. The fact that Michael Strand, who lives in my town, sat up here and said it's not happening is concerning. The other thing I want to bring out is the poster that he mentioned it was a quote. It was put in writing. None of the pictures were put on that poster. It was during polling and or during our local elections, and one of the words was S, and then it did **** K. So we didn't even put something on there so that the kids, and they said, well, they could all figure it out. Well, the fact that the parents had the problem with it at a polling station means it probably shouldn't have been in grammar school, library. I had a child that went to school in 2005. It was through the health education. She was a sexually reactive child. She was my stepchild. Sexually reactive child, and she didn't want to be different. She wanted to go through the sex ed class with the rest of her students. I said, okay, every night when you come home, we will process this. The school, not knowing that she was a sexually reactive child because she was in counseling and she didn't want people to know, And her counselors supported that decision. But because she started having signs and symptoms of a sexually abused child, the school, the counselor, the teacher, and the administration of that middle school took it upon themselves to file a CPS allegation against myself and my husband. I spent 17 years doing abuse and neglect investigation, and the questions that they asked my child was not okay. And the fact that we even have to sit here and say, what's too much? Do you know 97% of autistic children also identify as LGBTQ+? That's huge. We're talking about a population who socially, they may be 12 years old, but socially they may not be. And it's not okay. Every child should be looked at individually. The fact that folks have said things like, we need to trust our teachers and our counselors. Well, how's that work for us? It is happening in New Hampshire. It is happening in New Hampshire. It's happening in Bedford, New Hampshire. We know this. One of the speakers mentioned, and so that you know that middle school book was Lawn Boy, that had the poster that they
are at the
locked out.
time.
Okay. One of the prior people talked about it's harmful to the educator. What about harmful to our children? Shouldn't that's what we'd be most worried about, is what's harmful to our children?
Do you have written testimony for?
No, I don't. And just in closing, I keep hearing we already have the laws. There's plenty of due process. Well, if there is, how come we are having this problem?
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to respond to a question. You raised the question. I'm sorry. We need to trust our counselors and teachers. How's that working out for you? I say work out terrific. We allow counselors and teachers to make the decisions.
So is there a question?
Oh, the answer hers. Thank you.
Can I respond? Can I rephrase?
Yes.
Thank you. I was a counselor. I know there are great teachers and great school counselors and great librarians and great superintendents and great principals. But the problem is that I did sexual abuse and neglect investigation for 17 years. And the bottom line is those perpetrators will go where their victims are, which is our schools. And that's the bottom line.
Further questions? Not seeing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Betsy Harrington.
Hi, I'm Betsy Harrington. I'm from Deering. I'm a mom of 2 boys at Hillsborough Deering High School. I'm also trained as a therapist, and I worked as a sex offender counselor at the prison just down the street. I'm not just a worried mom here. I'm a professional that has grave concerns. I've seen it for myself, and I can see that boundaries need to be set. We are at the event horizon. If we don't set this very simple boundary now, we might not come back. This is the minimum. This is literally using the language from the American Library Association. If we can't agree on this, we've all gone mad. This bill would only be stopping the most blatant of offensive materials. It won't protect kids from all sexually explicit materials. It would only keep out the most obvious of overt sexual content like Penthouse and XXX. This is content most educators already agree is age inappropriate. It won't weed out all of the sexual content repackaged for kids. This bill keeps out only the worst. It's a no-brainer even for the liberal-minded. The truth is, my kids get promoted a ton of unwanted sexually explicit content through their Chromebooks and libraries. I want you all to know that my kids are banned from using the library. The first time I went to my school board to complain about the first book I've ever even gone to a meeting, they said, okay, your kids can't use the library anymore. And it's been over a year now that my kids have been banned from using the library. They're the 2 top students in their classes, but they can't use the library. Just want to make sure you all knew that. Strangely, I can see the sex ed curriculum 2 weeks ahead of time and approve or disapprove, yet I can't disapprove of blatant sex misinformation being promoted through their Chromebooks and their libraries.
Why? Why can't I protect my kids from sexual content in school too? Let me read a few lines from Juno Dawson's book, This Book is Gay. This award winner reads differently through the online school library because it includes a blue hyperlink to adult dating apps in the section of the book titled How to Use Sex Apps. Pay attention here. We are literally hyperlinking our kids to sex-seeking adults through their online school books. We call that sex trafficking. Let me quote from that section where they hyperlink straight to the sex apps. Gay and bi men have taken to app sex like ducks to sexy water. Technology changes frighteningly quick. The lesbian app Crusher has been gone already, but it seems the market leader Grindr is here to stay. How sex apps work. Upload a tiny picture of yourself to the app. The app works out your location. The app tells you who are the nearest homosexuals. You then chat with them. Because they are near, it is easy to meet up with them. Meet up with them? Yes, our school books now hyperlink our kids to sex-seeking adults for meeting up. The book then goes on to give an exact play-by-play on how to please the adults with explanations of handies, blowies, and bumming. You'll have to read the book if you want to know what that means. This book has an award on it, and it is in the shared New Hampshire collection of the SOAR Student Library app. It's promoted to thousands, possibly tens of thousands of our New Hampshire students. If even only one kid clicks through, what does that mean we did?
Excuse me, you're out of time.
I'll finish up. There's only 2 more sentences. This is so unwelcome to parents. It is time we set some minimum standards around this sexually explicit materials. This is the minimum. This is using their language. Past this, or we have crossed the precipice into true depravity. There will be no standards.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Lekes?
That book which you referenced is intended for adults, and it's rated that way. So I'm wondering, what age is that available to students in our schools?
So that's in the SOAR Student Library. This is available to tens of thousands of students around our state. 53,000 school districts in the country use that SOAR Reading Library app. So it's really why, and it's in our shared New Hampshire collection. So why would that be a shared book in a collection of a library that has over 8,000 titles? Why would we have a book that has a blue hyperlink that hyperlinks you to sex-seeking adults? But yet it's there. And I can show you all because I have access to the SOAR Reading Library app right here on my phone.
So what age is that?
Further questions?
Well, there's re-asking the same question.
My kids are getting it.
At
My
what
kids
age?
are in high school.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Representative Dry?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Are there any, parental guidelines that you can make on the Chromebook to block things that are inappropriate?
No. So when I went to the school for the very first time, and let me tell you, I scheduled a private meeting because I was very embarrassed. I'd never been to a school board meeting before. A teacher posted to the town that I was going to try to ban books and that the whole town should come to my private meeting. I was so ashamed and afraid. All I wanted to do was let them see it. That was it. I did not want a big protest and me to become this lady who I now am, right? But I can't stop because I saw it. It's a blue hyperlink to sex-seeking adults in my kid's Chromebook. And I can't turn it off. They said it can't be turned off. Match.com, always blue hyperlink 100% of the time. You cannot stop Match.com from that blue hyperlink. So I asked them to take the book out. Nope. It's in the shared New Hampshire collection. No one is cultivating that library. I want you all to know that SOAR Reading Library, the librarians are not cultivating that library. My librarian just leaves it alone. It comes from California. That's the librarian that cultivates that library. We pay $250 a year to get 8,000 trashy books. There are 0 Steinbeck books in that library, but there are 95 Pokemon books. So it's just trash. And this book is gay, which has the blue hyperlink. And other books that hyperlink the kids straight to really bad places. We should not have hyperlinks in our libraries.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you. Deborah House? Good morning.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman Ladd, members of the
Good
committee.
morning.
Yes, we've heard a lot of testimony already, and I will try not to be repetitive, but my name is Deborah Howes, and I'm the president of the American Federation of Teachers, New Hampshire. I'm here to speak on behalf of our 3,700 members across the state, mostly in pre-K through 12 public schools, and we are here to oppose HB 1419. And despite the impression you might get from reading the bill or listening to some of the previous testimony, the members of my union are focused on teaching children to read and write, not on forcing inappropriate books in their hands. Now is a time when we should be focusing on real solutions to make sure that all of our Granite State public schools students can learn to read and write and thrive in their public schools, that they have all the resources they need to do that. We should not be focusing on bills that will divide communities, pitting families against each other, and making it easier to remove books from school libraries, which will indeed make it impossible for many students to access those books. In effect, it would be a book ban. We have heard a lot of discussion about the Miller test, and despite the really clear descriptions of things that would be red flags that I think we can agree you don't want many students exposed to, the Miller test is subjective. And the complaint process described in this bill would put the decision-making out of the hands of local control. We have a long history of local control in our state. And the ultimate irony here in a state with such a tradition of local control and individual liberties, this bill would envision putting the decision-making on what would be inappropriate or, wholly and predominantly appealing to prurient interest. First, on the decision-making of the principals, that's one person rather than the whole community. And then you could appeal it up to the state board. So you'll be bypassing policies that are in place where you involve a whole committee that could be, a school board member, a principal, a librarian, a parent, or even a larger group that have to read the book and consider it as a whole. We don't want to forgo policies that are already in place to consider works on a whole, and whether you should keep them circulating in the collection so that students can access them. Because if a student can't access a book, it is indeed banned and out of their reach. Finally, and I know these words will probably be taken out of context, but there are some books in school libraries that can literally be life-saving for a young person. For example, a book about surviving childhood sexual abuse for a child who has been through it can be something they really need to see. They may not be ready to talk about it with anyone else, but if they come across a book like that and read it, they might realize that they're not alone, that someone else has lived through that experience, and that it gives them hope. It gives them a sense that they can survive as well. So even if a book is challenging, even if it is something that you would not want your own child to read, it might have a reason for being in the collection in the high school library so that a child who needs to see it has the ability to access it. And if it is not available in the school library, there may be no other place they can get to it.
Thank you very much.
Yep. And I will be submitting my testimony to you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
I will answer if I can, but if it's the same question you've already asked and answered, I will defer to others.
But I just want to clarify, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm sorry to be repetitive.
Yep.
But it's being repeated by numerous people. And the fact is that these books are available in other places, and a parent has every ability to access it if they think their child should read it on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, even public libraries. So just clarify how then this is a book ban.
Oh, actually under Miller, children have the right to access material as well. So if a child just cannot get to the library, to the public library, because in many places they're only open a few hours a week. And if the only library the child can get to is the school library, then how do they have access to it elsewhere? What if they don't have money to go buy the book themselves? Then it is indeed banned. And a parent does have the right to decide what their own child can read, but they don't have the right to decide what every other child in the community can read. in and of themselves, not just one parent. That's why we have policies that involve a committee and a community standard. That's what the Miller test is about.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Lekis.
So do you think it is appropriate for a high school student to have access to an adult book which has a hyperlink to an app where they can hook up with adults?
That certainly sounds like something that's inappropriate, but I am not knowledgeable of the accuracy of the previous testifier's statement, so I am not going to, testify that I can say that is correct. But that certainly sounds like inappropriate ability to connect through the book to further on the web.
So you would agree
Thank you,
there are
thank you,
inappropriate
thank you very
things.
much. Are there further questions? Now, Representative Dry? Can you wait?
Thank you for letting me take this question. Thank you for taking a question. I just want to ask about, again, the appeals process.
Yep.
It goes from principal to local school board to the state board if needed. Either step can be the end point if the both parties agree. Is that correct?
As far as I understand from this bill, yeah, but if you're talking about, so you've got a couple things going on here. You've got the Miller standard, which is a community standard. So if you're going beyond the local school board to the state board, then you're no longer dealing with a local community standard. And your local school board is elected by your local community, and the state board's not elected. So you've really kind of mixing apples and oranges now, aren't you?
So my follow-up question is, if this is due process for any case, why would we make a special case just for dealing with books that doesn't follow the due process?
Because you've got a different legal standard.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Further questions? Not seeing, thank you very much. Beverly, I can't read the last name. I can't read the last name. Good luck.
My name is Beverly Petlicky. I'm a UNH graduate. I was an English teacher, secondary English teacher for 6 years, public school system. I'm also a master's degree librarian, University of South Florida. I've worked in public libraries. I was first the law librarian. I've worked in a public library, and I've worked in a school library. And I'm here, unfortunately, Betsy here, my friend, this is really hard for me, because I'm probably sexually reactive myself, but I'm a professional. And I did go to the Hillsborough School Board meeting as a librarian when I was living in Hillsborough. And I begged on the superintendent, I actually challenged her to create a challenge of materials policy for Hillsborough, which she did, and I've seen it. And there, I do have I did print this out for the committee and for Betsy if you want. Parents do have the option to opt out of the Zora app. So their children do not have to have access to the digital Zora app if they don't want their children to have access to it. Also, as a librarian, I spoke with the representative from Overdrive. The books on Zora app are curated by a librarian, and there is a materials consideration policy with Overdrive that the school librarians in New Hampshire can follow to have those books removed from the Zora app. The problem is the school librarians either don't have a collection development policy. Well, that's what it is. I'm a public librarian where it kind of crosses over, because I really honestly feel that the state librarian should be here today testifying, and he's not. And it really bothers me that he's not here. I am going to read my testimony, and then I have a copy of the Library Bill of Rights. I also need to let you know that there is a federal law called the Children's Internet Protection Act, which was enacted in the year 2000. And anything that's available on the internet that has any obscene material to it at all is a federal offense. So there are existing laws already. But teachers do need to be able to have compassion and discretion, and we need to be able to separate ideas, which library materials, book materials, and teacher materials represent ideas and reality of children going through sexual abuse, which is what the representatives, the school counselors have to deal with. But this law will, and it has all these problems with it that the lawyers have discussed about a collection development policy, a library collection development policy. There is a portion of it, and it's available on the American Library Association toolkit. I can give you a link to it. I was part of the intellectual development.
Your time is
My
up.
time is almost up, but I was part of the intellectual Intellectual Freedom Committee in Florida when I was working as a public librarian there. And it is made up of community members, a diverse community membership, which is not being implemented in this state. I have submitted my written testimony. If my time is up, that's fine. I will submit these papers to the committee. I have submitted my online testimony on the online tool for the state legislature, but there's a lot that's missing here. And I feel like I'm almost, even though I'm opposed to this bill, I feel like I'm testifying in favor of it. And I feel like it's gotten to this point because people are not
Excuse me, your
aware.
time is up.
All right, people are just not aware of the existing laws already.
Please submit that written testimony you have to the clerk and it'll be put into the record. Are there any
Okay.
questions from the committee?
I'd like to take questions. I'm
Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. And
so nervous.
I'll try to word this sensitively. I understand it's a sensitive topic, but could you please clarify your statements regarding that explicit online content is already a violation of federal law? As one of the previous people who testified mentioned that some of these digital apps may be accessing explicit content online and other websites may be available at perhaps a student's fingertips. So could you just clarify where in federal law it may be already a violation?
Yes, it's 47 Code of Federal Regulations 54.520, Children's Internet Protection Act, certifications required. I have a copy of it here. School, library, statutory. The term minor means an individual who has not attained the age of 17 years. The term obscene has the meaning given as such terms as 18 U.S. Code of Federal Regulations 1460. The term child pornography has the meaning given such in 18 U.S.C. Code 2256. The term harmful to minors means any picture, image, graphic image file, or other visual depictions that, taken as a whole, with respect to minors, appeals to a prurient interest in nudity, sex, or I'm sorry, I'm an educated person, but I am so nervous about this. Excretion, depicts, describes, represents in patently offensive way with respect to what is suitable for minors, an actual or stimulated sexual act or sexual act, actual or simulated normal perverted sexual acts or lewd exhibition of the genitals, and taken as a whole lacks serious literary art. This, you got this. You took this probably from here, from this U.S. Code of Children Protection Act. You probably took it from that. So we don't need it. We don't need this bill because we already have a federal bill.
May I ask a follow-up?
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you. And thank you for that answer. And I hope you provide that as well.
I mean, I don't think we should impinge upon the freedom of a teacher to make these discretion. I think we need to keep this Miller decision. I've never heard of it before. But what I'm proposing is that we follow the American Library Association guidelines for collection development policy, which is misleading. What the collection development policy says is that there will be a local committee formed who will voluntarily read whatever challenge material has been filled out by the form here, reconsideration of library materials form, which a parent like Betsy would have to fill out, okay? Would go to a committee, this committee would read this material, and this committee would make a decision as to whether or not a local committee, that's a parent, a student, a teacher, a community member, and a school board member, 5 people, and they vote. Do we keep this material in our library or in our school curriculum or not? Not the elected school board at the state level, okay? So I believe that that this has been a gross misrepresentation throughout. It's just been a piece that's missing. I have been employed at 7 different public libraries for the state of New Hampshire. Only one library has had a collection development policy. The policies in the public library in the state of New Hampshire are lacking. There are librarians in this state that are directors that do not have a master's degree, that are not educated in the fact that these policies need to be in place. I still oppose this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Bear, Christina?
You have a question? I don't know. I think you need a law that says you need to have master's degree librarians as library directors in the state.
Welcome, Barrett.
Good morning, committee. Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Barrett Christina from the New Hampshire School Boards Association. Just to be clear, the School Boards Association is not taking a position on this bill. There are some things that we find a little problematic, but there are things that we think within the bill that are workable as well, too. I know I've got 3 minutes. I've got about 10 points I'm going to try and get to in those 3 minutes. Again, no position on the bill. Our local school boards, NHSBA members just last October adopted the following 2 resolutions in October 2023. The first one, NHSBA opposes any legislation that divests local school boards of original jurisdiction relative to complaints about local curriculum, instruction, and instructional resources, such as books, library materials, and other instructional resources. Further, NHSBA opposes any legislation that subjects school district staff to civil lawsuits and sanctions relative to curriculum and instruction. That was one resolution adopted by our members last October. A second corresponding resolution also adopted last October. NHSBA affirms the qualifications of school district staff to research and select appropriate digital and printed materials for schools. Literary and curricular collections should offer students information that provides a balance of cultural views. Further, literary collections should represent diverse points of view, provide a global perspective, stimulate essential thinking skills, and meet the interests, abilities, learning styles, and information needs of the learning community. So those 2 resolutions are the basis of NHSBA's testimony. A handful of the complaint process outlined in the bill. We have some concerns with it, but we think that it's workable, perhaps with an amendment. As the committee may know, Representative Page testified earlier. He has House Bill 1311, and the title of that bill is relative to school district collection, development, and reconsideration policies. As this committee may remember, we had a bill last year on this subject. NHSBA offered an amendment to Representative Cordelli and Representative Ladd about developing a complaint process, if you will, for local school boards who have to adopt a policy. That's where NHSBA has no objection. Adopting a policy for parents to come in and make a complaint or raise a concern with a particular course material or library material, and then some process of review locally, NHSBA can fully support that. The provisions that are in this bill in 1419 about the specific appeals process that Representative Cordelli laid out, it's a little perhaps too restrictive or too stringent than what NHSBA might recommend, but we think maybe between Representative Page's bill and this bill, and perhaps some input from NHSBA, if you would like it, or looking at other policies from around the states that seem to have been successful, maybe some bipartisan language can come from that. You may also remember when we had the bill last year, I printed off, I think I found policies from maybe 8 or 10 school districts from this committee, communities that you represent. I thought there were some really good ones within there as well too. I don't know if I still have those on file, but NHSBA is happy to do some of that research and come back to the committee with a statewide perspective of what some other districts are doing relative to their reconsideration policies. Trying to get to the points made. We would certainly object to the appeal to the State Board of Education. At the very least, if there's going to be an appeal to the State Board of Education, then the aggrieved party from the decision of the State Board should be able to appeal to the New Hampshire Supreme Court as well too. The other comments that were made about putting it in the hands of sort of unelected bureaucrats at the state level that don't represent that community, NHSBA certainly would echo those sentiments. One other point, just that it's a clarification that I'm not, 2 points. Page 2, line 21, Representative Cordell, you said the bill states no later than November 1st, 2025, each local school board shall have a complaint policy. I'm wondering if you meant 24 by that, because 25 would be a year plus out. If this were to go through, again, Representative Cordy, I don't know if you meant November 1st of 2024 or 2025. Either way, 2024 might be a little bit tight. 2025 obviously gives us a year and a half. If we need to move that up, like a January 1, 2025 would be workable as well too. And the last point that I want to make, on page 2, line 17 and 18, no school district, person employed by a school district or person who contracts with a school district shall make available this material. Okay, so we know it applies to districts and district employees and school district contractors. However, if we jump to the enforcement and penalties provision on page 3, I'm in lines. That paragraph starts at line 28, goes down to 34. I'm reading the end of line 29. A civil action against a school or school district in Superior Court may be filed for legal or equitable relief. If we have a contractor, I mean, obviously the school district has an obligation to know what the contractor is doing as well too within the school district, but the civil penalty should also apply to the contractor as well too, and not necessarily only the school district or only the employee. I think those are NHSBA's points. Thank you for giving me a couple extra minutes, Representative Ladd. Again, we're not taking a position on this bill. The complaint process, NHSBA has no problem working with this committee, Representative Page, Representative Cordelli, to come up with something that maybe would fit in the middle. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Thank you very much for the information. With that, I'm going to close the hearing for...
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I did submit a pink card as well.
Yeah, but you've also asked a question, so you're not going to be able to present by doing what you did, querying.
My question was not answered. I did try to ask a follow-up, but the speaker has left.
You engaged as a committee member in the process, and then for you to go out and then come this way is...
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I include it in the record?
Yeah.
Can somebody else read what she was supposed to read?
That's in the record. It's in the record. The cards were submitted, and that's in the record. So we're going to close this here at 14:19, and we're going to be taking a 5-minute break here. 5-minute break and come back and do the next bill. Yep. Time out.
Okay. What do I, so like,
Just
this?
Just get one of those, like, and
I
just
know,
clip
I
it
just
in.
didn't even know if it's relevant that she should give me all, that lady who, the last person
gave
gave
all
me
the stuff,
all kinds of stuff.
But she submitted it as part of her
So,
testimony.
then I, okay,
So you don't have to question it, just
that's fine.
patch it in.
Just,
And,
just thought I'd
Yeah,
ask.
yeah.
It's sort of unusual. It's your name.
$50 million, no less than $50 million. And each time it comes out of this committee, but goes to finance and it doesn't go any farther. And so what we're trying to do is react to the sheets which we got from the Bureau of School Safety and Facilities earlier this year when we had orientation and we saw the number of applications were coming in for school building aid. We saw the amount of money which those applications would incur or cost the state as well as locals. And we know that of those applications, of the 17 that were applications which were considered by the state, we approved three applications or so, and the others didn't receive anything. And so it comes down to the issue that we now have a formula which we have to subtract out of the $50 million we appropriate each year, the cost of our debt. And that subtracts out, and then the remainder is what you can use for school building aid. So we have incurred, when I came in here, I've mentioned many times before, we had over $500 million in debt that we had accrued. We have to pay that debt off, and we've been doing that, just whittling it down over the years. But we still have debt, and we won't be done a lot of that till the year 2041. And so it doesn't leave the money available each year of the biennium for new renovation or construction projects. This bill is trying to attack how we appropriate the money and how much we appropriate and then have it available for the application's consideration by the department and the State Board of Education. So I want to walk you through this real quickly here. This bill is not one which is trying to redefine the end product. There are some bills which are going to come through where a flat amount of money is issued each year to the districts, put in as to the Treasury, and then interest is earned, and when it builds up, you can do your renovation project. This is not that bill. It has nothing to do with that. So in looking at the bill, and if you have 1570 in front of you, we can walk through it, and I'll try to go by these sections. And the first one right there is Roman 1, and you see 2, 3, 4 going down the left-hand side of that page. On number 1, within the Education Trust Fund, a separate district fund is created. So what we're trying to do now is take and appropriate in the State Education Trust Fund a separate fund that's called the State Building Aid Fund. At the end of, going down to Roman 2, at the end of FY25, the treasurer shall transfer into that fund $75 million from the state trust fund to the state building aid fund. So we'd have money placed into the school building aid fund that's in the state education trust fund currently. And what's right there by the FY25. Roman 3 for FY26 and each subsequent year, 80% of the education trust fund operating surplus would be transferred to this state building aid fund. So we're building up the state building aid fund, so it's going to be well over $100 and some odd million. Going down to Roman 4, slipping down that page, the state building aid funds will be used for building aid to school districts and charter schools. So the application, the money for new projects would come out of that state fund, which is in the that's been separated out. It's within the education trust fund, but it's a separate fund within. The second thing it would do is develop and support the 10-year plan, which we have talked about, but we've had no way of supporting that plan and costing how much that would cost. This would delve back into it and containing the potential for building aid projects. This 10-year plan is a plan, as you may recall, that we've talked about in the past, where we're trying to get a better handle on what's out there in the field in terms of our facilities and what condition those facilities are in. So we as a general court can better forecast where we're going in the next 10 years in terms of appropriations, and basing that forecast based upon the needs we discern that are in that 10-year plan. And lastly, monies from that building aid trust fund could be used for the administration of this program that we currently have, the 10-year plan and management of the building aid projects. Roman 5, I'm going through quickly here, I know. The earning or the interest from the fund placed in the building aid fund, that money goes right back into the fund. It's not commingled with the back into the education trust fund. Any interest that's gained by the money that's been put aside in this building aid fund stays there. The interest goes back into that fund, and the fund is non-lapsing. In other words, monies which are appropriated, they're non-lapsing. They continue to be used for the purpose they were designed for. In Romans 6, going down the page here, we're going down to line 19 now. The department may retain up to 3% of the total annual appropriation and interest for administration of the program, so that there's a way of building in support to manage and administer the program. And that says up to. So somebody might say, well, 3% of $100 million, no, it's up to. And that would have to be figured out through rulemaking, et cetera, which is in this bill. No building aid money in Romans 7 there shall be used for approved projects prior to July 25. We want the money to accrue, to include use for debt service payments. In other words, the money which slides into that immediately would not be able to use to pay off debt. We want to build up that trust, the building aid fund, so that the monies will be there to absolutely support the allocation of $50 million each year for new construction and construction, not paying off old debt. Going into section 2 of the bill here, where it says 9815A, Romans 4 through 5, as amended, under A there, school building aid grants, and those are grants approved for construction renovation by your state board, shall not exceed $50 million per fiscal year. So that remains pretty much the same as where we've been. And it also goes in and reads, grants shall be funded from appropriations from the building aid fund as referenced in this legislation within the state operating budget. So any grant aids for building aid have to come out of the school building aid fund. The reference to the 10-year plan, I'm sliding through this very quickly on page 2 now, where you see Roman 5 at the top, line 3. The department shall develop and maintain a 10-year school facilities plan. We have that in place right now. That a lot of this language is there. It's in current law. And that's trying to identify the potential for projects. And projects include, but not limited to, criteria. There's a criteria for these projects to be in the 10-year plan, and I've written them down in the sheet that you have. There's a whole lot of criteria that's in 19815 C 2B, and those are already in place in law. So we would use the same criteria that's established right now. The intent of the 10-year plan is to identify and enhance school facilities to provide safe, healthy, and efficient buildings that provide adequate learning environments. And we know that we have aged buildings in the state right now. Well over half of them are over 50, 55 years old. Some of them are so old that they haven't had renovations either. And as in this building right here, there wasn't much heat this morning, and that's because we have an antiquated system up above the 4th floor in the attic. Yeah, I agree with you. And going down the bottom of that sheet on the back side that I handed out to you, the state board shall develop rules pursuant to 541A. This is a plan, this is a whole rewrite of how we fund and appropriate dollars for school building aid. And this will take a lot of our attention in terms of studying and reporting. I'm not necessarily looking at something to come out immediately on this one. This is an area that we've tried to appropriate dollars and try to go up no less than $50 million, no more than $50 million, and it remains the same, and we're still dealing with that debt. And our debt is whittling down. It is whittling down, so there'll be more each year. But we need to get on it. We can't let some of these buildings, such as the one that was next line down in the approved projects, the Concord situation. We're getting now into some larger buildings. We're up getting an extreme cost of $70 million for projects. And that's more than we allocate in a given year. And of course, the state share would be a certain part of that. But we're going to get some larger high schools coming in here and needing support. Unless we do something about how we appropriate dollars, how we allocate these dollars out, it's a tsunami coming at us, and we have to do something about this. And this bill itself is offering a new process for doing this, and I'd recommend that we consider it within the committee, whether it be through an interim study or something such as that. Right off, there's not time in the next 2 or 3 weeks to do that. But this is something that, and then we couple it with what's going to be coming over from the Senate in terms of a process there where there's a flat amount given to each school each year, put it in a trust fund and let it accrue. There's a lot of issues with that as well. So the whole issue of building aid needs to be studied thoroughly. Thank you very much. I'll conclude my testimony. I know it's lunchtime.
Questions? Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this kind of designed to give more schools money or fewer schools more money or a combination of both?
It wouldn't change that allocation. For example, if you're in a district, you got a 60% right now of the portion which is approved. It will continue the same as that. What we're trying to do is build up so we can get that debt into another column so we can start allocating $50 million out to these schools. Now, this plan also allows for other grant money can be used. If there's grant money comes in from some other angle, you can couple that with this. But it's primarily not trying to change the whole process where you have to submit your application by a certain date. It's looked and reviewed by the department. It goes to the state school building authority and then to the state board. And then you have to have your select board or your town legislature has to approve the project. We've changed all that application process. That all remains in place. We're not messing with that at all. What we're looking at is the appropriations. We want to get more money into a separate fund, and it's a non-lapsing fund in which we can build address our 10-year plan. And that's a very important part of this right here, where right now we encourage districts to have a 10-year plan. We need a 10-year plan. We need to have a contracted service, a vendor, go out and assess these buildings with the same criteria for all our buildings, not just somebody within the district saying, well, here's our application and here are our priorities and we built it upon this certain criteria, and it varies from district to district. For us to plan and appropriate properly, we need good information. And the department simply, with all the good people they have, with a lot of respect for the gal sitting behind me, but she needs help, and the department needs help in really meeting these needs. I see school building aid as the fourth leg of the stool. We have a curriculum, alignment, assessment, and buildings. You can't teach chemistry if you don't have a room or space available to teach it in. Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Representative Cordelli. Representative Ladd, thank you for taking this bull by the horns here. I just have a question I'm a little lost on. One of the questions I'm lost on. On the first line, 2223, when you're talking about the building projects approved will not be prior to July 25. So my question is, if one of the multiple school districts today that have submitted to the state have been approved, but they didn't follow that 1, 2, or 3 that we have in the state number 17.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean that even though they're 17 now and approved, they won't be eligible to participate in this because they've been approved previously?
Buildings which have been approved, and of course, Amy Clark will be here. That list is there and it exists, and that's not going to change. We're going to work down through that list.
I understand that, but this, okay, then I'm misreading that then, because I'm on the same line, I'm misreading it then, because it said it can't be used for building projects approved prior to. And so if they approved last year.
$50 million that's placed in that trust fund can't be used prior to that date. We have appropriated dollars for the biennium we're in.
Okay, all right. Thank you, I understand what you're saying.
And those technical like things, we have people behind us with technical support, so we
That's
can
fine.
ask those.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. It is my understanding that the building aid program is struggling because of the debt that they have. So is there anything in this bill that would prevent the student building aid fund from taking out a federal loan so the debt issue is not compounded anymore?
It says right in this bill that it's not used for debt. So I believe the idea in this is to have the debt paid off through monies which are not the $50 million, which is appropriated for the purpose of renovation and construction. There'd be more money in this building trust, this fund, than is necessary for just the $50 million. And that would be where the money would come out to pay debt. And I believe that's like, what, $6 million or so each biennium, or more than that. But we're getting, it's whittling down. We had, we had the information provided to us by the department, and they're sitting behind me, but.
Right, we can ask.
Yeah, you can ask, them,
follow up
the
with,
debt is right
Ms.
there.
Clark.
Yes, you can see what the numbers are. So ask the technical stuff behind me, please. I'm the messenger.
Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So if I understand this, we have the $50 million that's already been allocated to the general fund, correct?
Right.
And this is an additional amount of money that comes at the end of the year from the
revenue
balance
which would
of
go
what?
into the fund, that's the surplus money. And we
That's
take a
from the
percentage of
trust
that
fund, so it creates a second fund.
within the education trust fund.
So you got basically two funds that are going to be providing school building aid.
No, we're taking money out of the education trust fund and putting into this fund within the education trust fund. So the money's going over there, and then it is protected money.
And what will the new money be used for then?
For construction and renovation only.
Separate from the original $50 million?
This will be the $50 million, I understand. It's coming out of the trust fund to be transferred into there, and everything for new construction will come out of that new building aid fund.
So are we creating then a fund that's going to have, what, 50 plus 75?
In subsequent years, the first year we put in 75 million. Subsequent years, you put 80% of the surplus, which is left over at the end of the fiscal year, into that fund. 80% of the leftover money, which would have gone into that trust fund, would go in to the building aid fund. This is where you're going to get the money to support the construction that we need.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any further questions? Thank you very much,
Yep.
Representative Ladd. And Amy Clark?
Yeah. Yes, they have done. Ready to chip theirs off.
Well, my watch isn't working. Good afternoon. I'm Amy, for the record, my name is Amy Clark, and I'm with the Department of Education, the Bureau of School Facilities.
I'm Caitlin Davis. I am with the department. I'm the director of the Division of Education Analytics and Resources.
Director Davis is joining me because a lot of this is money related, and she's the expert in that. So happy to take any questions, and I can that you'd like.
Questions for either Representative McDonald?
Thank you. I just had a question about the debt and the tail, as if you will. Would the $50 million be used to pay off debt, or would it just be reserved for buildings and not debt use?
That's a good question. In the bill on page 1, on line 27, that language is crossed out where it says less any debt service payments owed in the fiscal year. So it's my understanding that 50 million will be transferred to the Building Aid Trust, this new fund that's created. That's not going to include the debt service. So that debt service would still have to be paid for just like it is now with an appropriation.
Okay, and then just a follow-up question briefly. The debt that already exists, it is my understanding, was caused from primarily a federal loan. Is there anything in this that would prevent perhaps another loan from being taken out for the debt to increase?
Do you want to answer that? So that wasn't a debt from a federal loan. It was from a state loan taken out, and I believe 2010. And that the language that prohibits that practice is still in this bill. I believe it's maybe page 2, line 1. And line 2, that language exists now and it remains now. It prevents the state from taking out a loan to pay down that debt. And that debt will be paid off by 2030. And Representative Ladd was correct. It's about $6 million a year. It gets lower towards the end.
Thank you. That answers my question.
It's a good question.
Thank you. Representative Tanner.
Thank you. So I'm going to play the age card and say I'm still confused about where all this money is coming and going. So 50 million is coming from the general fund to the building aid, right?
So I
Goes
think
into the building fund.
I think we're conflating two different concepts here. So we have money that can be made available for building aid. And then we have building aid expenditures. We have the revenue and expenditures. This bill is more dealing with the revenue side of things. So this bill is basically saying there's leftover money in the education trust fund. Rather than letting that money just stay in the education trust fund and building up in the education trust fund, create a sub-account and put that money there that can be specifically used for building aid. And then separately, you have the building aid program, which this bill doesn't change the building aid program. It has $50 million a year, or up to $50 million a year that can be appropriated to building aid. And so now, once you want to, as a legislature, appropriate money for the building aid program, you would take it from this essentially bank account rather than the other bank account. And that's kind of a common question that comes up every single year when you're talking about appropriating money for building aid. We've seen bills over the year to change it to a minimum of $100 million a year, $60 million a year, reduce it. But the question always is where is that money going to come from? Now we have an answer to that question. The money would come from the school building aid fund, and it would be there, sitting there, ready to go for projects at the time that you were ready to allocate the money.
You have a follow-up on that?
Go ahead. Yes.
So, okay, so once this fund is set up, once the 80% of the surplus is set up, no longer will any money come out of the general fund that will go towards building aids?
So the debt service would still continue to be paid out of the general fund.
But that's it?
Out of the general fund, correct.
Okay, and my other question on this bill is that...
One more.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Is that right now charter schools are not part of the building aid program, is that correct?
So charter schools are in the building aid law, but then there's another law specifically in the charter school law that prevents charter schools from receiving building aid. So this leaves the building aid law the same, which still identifies charter schools and says charter schools can receive 30%, but it does not impact the other charter school law. So you would still need to remove that language from RSA 194B to enable charter schools to receive building aid.
That's what that other bill is that we're dealing with, right?
Right,
Okay.
but this is exactly the same as the existing building aid language.
Okay, thank you, Caitlin.
Representative Woodcock?
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm going to ask the same question I asked Representative Ladd because I'm still lost. So looking lines 22 and 23, if I'm on page, the first part of the act, right? Okay.
Yes, yep.
Today my school is approved, but they're down here in the list. I'm interpreting this to say, since they've already been approved prior, so this is 2024, that they will not be eligible to use this money in the future. Is that correct?
That's not the intent. Your question is a good one because we can make a clarification, but projects aren't actually approved until they have been selected for building aid. They've approved their warrant article, but there is an approval list. So I can see how that is confusing. The intent is to say you're constructing in fiscal 25, you become approved. You still have to come back to the Department of Education. There's documentation that we need before we approve you. And so even though there's a list of 17, only 2 projects on that list of 17 have been approved so far. One more potentially will be approved next year. Those are our approved projects. But we could make a clarification because somebody could look at that and say, well, you have an approved list. Those are approved projects.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Pinelli.
Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. This obviously is an age-old question as far as how we get money to build schools. But as I understand it, this is from surplus of the Education Trust Fund as long as we have the surplus, correct?
That's correct.
So if we don't have a surplus, then we have to go back to request for the general fund, correct?
That would be
Okay,
correct.
the final question is, we have before us a major education funding bill. Should that become law, how would that bill impact this bill as far as availability of resources?
So if there's less funding available in the Education Trust Fund, or if there's less of a surplus, then less money would be available to go into the building aid fund. So that could impact this.
So are you saying that the adequacy aid has priority over the building aid?
So because adequacy is always paid first, and then whatever is left over after adequacy, career and tech education, state special education aid, whatever is left out of all of those other categories, that becomes that surplus amount. And so that surplus amount, if you obviously increase those other accounts, then that surplus amount becomes less, and yes, less would be available.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yes.
Any further? Representative Ford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I don't fully understand the expenditure process on this, and I'm wondering at what point is money actually encumbered or fixed for a specific project. So I hear a lot of approvals, but I've worked in construction for a long time, and I know you pay for things in stages. And so I'm wondering about when the money goes out at that time, and then how is that kept? Does it just go out of the fund and we wait till we get more money in the fund? Or does each one have to be renegotiated each time?
Sure. So what happens is we have a list of those 17 projects. Somebody gets the top ranked project. They go to their voters. The voters say yes, for example. The voters say yes. They have to then start the process of final plans. In construction, we're just at the preliminary stages. And so then they have to go through a lot of work before they see any money from the Department of Education. However, we have that money there. We've awarded them that money. And then once they have their proper documentation in, they present it to the Department of Education. They show us that the state fire marshal has approved their plans. So they have the local match to meet the rest of the project needs. At that time, we issue 80% of their award upfront, and then they can use that to pay for their project. You're right, they probably have had other expenditures that they've had to already encumber on their end. And then from there, we take that remaining 20% and then we encumber it, the state encumbers it and holds it until that their project is complete before we pay it.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you. I know you don't have a crystal ball to predict the future, but based on, and I know that the surplus right now, some of it's due to the money we got in from COVID and federal monies, right? Why it's so high. But what do you predict is going to be higher? The current 50 million from the general fund, or do you think the history of surpluses is going to give us more money from that?
So I just want to clarify that this bill doesn't talk, the $50 million is the expenditure side of things. So it doesn't matter how much money is in this fund, you would still need to appropriate that money regardless. And there's nothing that would prevent the legislature from appropriating additional money if there wasn't necessarily like that surplus money or paying it out of the general fund or anything like that. None of those mechanisms are changing. All this is doing is putting essentially starting a savings account that is specifically for building aid. The existing surplus, you're right, it absolutely can change and you know, based on the various different proposals in the legislature last year from the House, they had changed the revenue going into the education trust fund, so they had a substantially less or had planned to have substantially less of a surplus than what ended up ultimately getting passed because the Senate changed that back and the revenue sources and whatnot. So there's a lot of science behind the revenue side of things too, but we don't believe this changes anything other than essentially just starting a savings account so we can say, all right, well, let's look at the savings account when we're talking about building projects. And then the project process that Amy just described hasn't changed at all. That's exactly what's in law and that's what will continue to be followed.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. And with that, we'll close the hearing and we'll go to lunch. Mr. Chair, we're scheduled to be back at 12:45 for the next bill. Why don't we make it 1 o'clock?
Everybody has with them, not extended,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the committee. My name is Christine Perez. I'm from Londonderry, Rockingham District 16. I'm here to discuss and seek your support for House Bill 1216 relative to cross-district bullying. The purpose of this bill is to add to the language of RSA 193F to include cross-districting bullying and cyberbullying to define which district would be held responsible in this type of a case. The district that would be held responsible would be the district of the perpetrator. I've distributed two documents to you, one in support of the bill from SAC, the New Hampshire State Advisory Committee, with recommendation of OSS to pass. And the second is from a retired professor and now president of Change the World, Send a Child to School. Dr. Brown became very active in education committees in multiple states, and he was somewhat involved with the episode that brought this bill forward, which I will go into. This started with two districts towards the north. Profile District in Bethlehem and White Mountain District in Whitefield. A bullied female attended White Mountain, and the male perpetrator was from Profile. The male from Profile found out from his cousin that there was a young Honduras girl in the school. And so he told his cousin in Profile about it, and the Profile male sent bullying Snapchats and messages, and I quote, and this is just part of it, calling her the N-word, a whore, telling her that her private parts smelled, and that she should just kill herself. There were 3 hearings on this, one with the principal, a second with the superintendent, and a third with the school board, yet Profile maintained that they had no responsibility for this. They had no responsibility for that male's action because it occurred cross-district. Dr. Brown appealed to the Department of Education. Stephen Bertwick and an administrative judge was appointed to review the matter. They ruled that Profile was legally responsible and incorrect that they did not think they were, because the legislation is to protect all children from bullying. Therefore, schools cannot prevent bullying just in their own district, and they need to follow up. Profile finally admitted wrongdoing, hence the bill. Districts are vastly unreporting bullying. The Pew Research, a nonpartisan think tank out of Washington, estimates that only 34% of parents, when their children are bullied, report it. Bullying is once again on the rise, according to the Department of Education. In 2019-20, with 174,707 children, school children, 1,450 were reported incidents, and of these, 252 were cyberbullying. Now, in 21 to 22, with 12,763 less students in the state, cyberbullying was up to 1,698 bullying incidents reported, with 290 being cyber. I stress the word reported because they are so dramatically underreported. I urge you to move this bill to ought to pass, take the guesswork out of who is responsible when cross-district occurs, to protect the children that are being bullied. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Representative, for being here. So if I'm correct, it was a male student at Profile.
Correct.
That was cyberbullying a young female at White Mountain
Correct.
Regional. Okay. And follow up?
Yes, follow up, please.
And that the Profile school did not want to investigate the incident.
Correct. They felt they had no responsibility to do that because it was in another district.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for coming. Could you give us an idea how much this cost in legal costs when all the dust had settled?
To the taxpayer, it cost over $48,000.
To follow up to that, the young lady who was in the receiving school, didn't she have to call her parent and the parent had to remove her from the school?
She was out of school for 2 weeks. She was so distraught at this, she's at a disadvantage because of some language barriers to a certain extent, but certainly understood exactly what was being said to her. And yes, she did have to remove her from school.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So why was a school responsible? Did it happen in school, with school property? What was the school connection to the cyberbullying?
It's my understanding that it was a Snapchat. It was done on school property. But if you actually read the law says that anything that is done and could have been done on school property computers, but anything that is done that interferes with a child's education, and this dramatically interfered with her education.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this bill and this testimony. It struck a thought when I first read it, and I thought I had read something out of the Supreme Court recently that would speak to this. So I've just looked it up, and we have a decision out of the United States Supreme Court coming in June of 2021 regarding the ability of schools to enforce any sort of speech on students outside of the school. And according to this opinion, it says that certain interests can cause schools to be able to regulate. But when it specifically comes to bullying, it says that the bullying must be of a severe nature. Further, when it comes to its effects on the school environment, the Supreme Court doesn't say, they don't say it disrupts a child's education. They say it must materially disrupt the classroom environment in order to meet the criteria necessary to regulate student speech outside of school. So I'm wondering, do you actually think, given that opinion out of the Supreme Court from 21, that the provisions in this bill and existing law on regulating this bullying might be overly broad?
It's my understanding that our legislature on this says if it disrupts a child's education. So I think, if you want to go by federal law or you go by state law, ours specifically says disrupts the education of a child. It's my understanding.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Good afternoon. Just a question. On the bottom of the project, two questions, actually. The first one is, the only part that you modified is that which is in bold. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. So if I can go to the part that I was asking about, on 21, actually, the last part of 21, 22, is there a reason that you made it specifically for where the action originator is responsible for the investigation? Does that preclude the other school from doing it?
No, it doesn't preclude the other school, but it says who has responsibility.
So who is actually required to do it, but the other school may also investigate at the same time?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
Thank you. Was the police or any civil law enforcement involved in this because it was in two different districts?
I'm sorry, I do not have the answer to that question.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I think bullying is one of the most horrible things. I'm a retired middle school guidance counselor, so I know bullying, but I want to think that we passed a law a few years ago restricting the investigation abilities of school administration of students' social media accounts. Or am I making that up? I don't know if you know, but I'm thinking, because I want to say that like the administrators used to be able to pull up a student's Facebook account and say, oh yeah, they are bullying. But I thought we passed a law saying that they were no longer able to do that. So I was wondering how you would go about investigating something like this.
Representative Cornell?
Yeah, I believe it was Representative Bohm's bill that he worked with a number of agencies on. And I think the problem became, can the school ask for the student's password to get into their social media accounts? So I'm not sure, I don't believe it passed, but we've had several bills about social media.
Further questions?
Thank you. My name is Maura Ryan, and in case you don't know my name, I brought my own tent. I'm here to support this bill. I wanted to stress that bullying and cyberbullying is not adequately managed by schools because typically they're only required to generate a report, which is not sufficient because the families and the students who are affected by cyberbullying, it's pretty intense. Negative impacts of bullying include poor academic performance, poor health, poor social life. It often leads to students leaving school and not being able to return. I've advocated for parents in many situations with bullying, and bullying is one of the things that our schools just don't seem to have a handle on at this point. And the unfortunate side effect of bullying is, of course, that children who are bullied don't necessarily grow up to be compassionate to other people around them, and they tend to promote the cycle and bully other people as adults. And it's not just the kids who bully, it's the people who stand by and let it happen and don't do anything about it. In our society, we say that we're all equal, and we have to mean that. And we have to say you can't bully other people because we're all equal and we all have a right to be. I support this bill for maintaining accountability standards, for trying to stop cyberbullying and to protect children. To your point, Representative Belcher, the Supreme Court did say in the Randy W. case that the protection of children is above all, first and foremost, an affirmative duty of the schools. In addition to which, at this point, you know, my town, I'm from Londonderry, we had an investigation done against our cheerleading squad, and the parents came forward because the student committed suicide. And when you're being cyberbullied on top of bullied in school, it's a lot to handle because you don't have a safe space. So I absolutely 100% support this bill. I'm happy to take any questions. But I did also want to point out, too, that bullying tends to lead to psychological escalation, particularly when it's of a sexual nature, and can lead to things, you know, like aggravated assault and other elements. So I do think it's something we need to nip in the bud. I think our focus should be on protecting students first and foremost. And any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Very much. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Besides action of investigation, do you feel that schools should also do education around working with others and what bullying does and offer help on that? And
I do know that many of the schools have adopted the Choose Love program, which has a focus on that. And I certainly do know that they're making steps to incorporate that as part of the curriculum, yes.
And just as a comment that that's in statute. Further questions? Yes, Representative Ford.
I'm worried a bit by the fact that I didn't hear any community response to this kind of bullying. And I just, going back on my own background, there would have been a considerable response, even schoolyard bullying. I happened to be a judo coach and I taught my daughter judo. And when she was physically bullied on a campus in grade school, she threw him on his keister right in front of the public and told him next time it would hurt. So, some of the things are dealt with more simply, of course. Cyberbullying adds an extra wrinkle. But I can't help but think that in the communities I grew up in, that person would have been shunned. And there would have been a communal response to that kind of behavior. And I wonder if just the sort of anonymity of on the net protects them in that regard, or has the communal consensus on bullying changed?
I think the communal consensus, I'm sorry, excuse me, I have allergies. So I think the communal consensus on bullying has somewhat changed because I think it was handled by the community in the past. And I think that one of the elements that did change it was the litigiousness of what's going on now. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Mean Girls, but Mean Girls is sort of an example of where bullying is in effect and when the parents try to address it. And the woman who wrote it is actually a psychologist, and she wrote up a follow-up book to that, which was called Kingpin Dads and Queen Bee Moms. And that addresses the behavior of the parents specifically because they tend to come out and say, my child did not do this, and they don't take accountability. So I do think that that has been a shift in society. I would agree with that. And I commend you for teaching your daughter to defend herself. I think that's a wonderful thing.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else here to speak?
Also, issue.
Did you fill out? Yeah, I did. Why not? And, maybe
Not a problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the records, my name is Sebastian Fuentes. I'm the political director for Rights and Democracy of New Hampshire, but I'm not here in front of you on that capacity. I'm here to testify in support of this bill because I was one of the parents that helped this family up in the North Country. I was one of them, the members of the community that this family reached out for support because they didn't know what to do. There's a language barrier. There's also the fear. Just to answer Mr. Representative Ford's question, why the community didn't do anything, it was a desire of the victim not to share this because they are a refugee family from Honduras. They didn't want to cause an alarm in the community because of local support to see how the community is going to respond to it. I listened to those videos. I watched those videos and I listened to those audios left by this student from Profile to this student at the Wilmington Regional, and it was demoralizing. It was impactful to me to see the amount of hatred that a young person can express to another child. At the same time, it just kind of brought to my attention now that in modern days, many students have a cell phone, and the access to social media is really, it's mainstream. My son, for example, he goes to the Littleton School District, and he has friends due to sports and through social media in like the Concord area, Manchester area. Contacts that he could never have before, and contacts that back in the day when I was going to high school, I wasn't able to connect with people so far away. So the fact that now they have cell phones, it makes it that there's communications across districts and other areas more faster. Again, when I heard this, it was when I heard those videos, when I watched those videos and I listened to the audio, it was definitely impactful. And I personally don't think that the Profile School District SAU 35 did a good job of managing. The actual, if I send you actually, also I just submitted an article that was published this morning by the Caledonian Record, which actually highlights in detail the process and what's happening up in the district. One of the comments that that I don't think are in this testimony provided by Father Larry Brown to you guys is that the girl, the victim, was actually cross-examined by the profile attorney school, Barbara Luffman, in violation of a state administrative law. The attorney suggested that this girl was not being truthful, even though the boy's Snapchat messages to the girl were available as evidence. And again, I have those videos, I have those, those audio recordings. If anybody's interested, I don't know what's that's permissible in this committee to share, but I'll be more than happy to share with some members of this committee. And again, if you have any questions, I'm here because I was one of the families, family members in the community that was really involved helping this family navigate those that specific crisis. That to me is definitely detrimental for her mental health, for her educational, performance. So yes, if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to see if I have any answers to you. Yes, sir.
Am I correct in understanding that? Am I correct in understanding that Profile was advised by their attorney that this was not an issue which they needed to address due to the fact this is a cross-district bullying incident?
That I do not know, sir. What I do know is that the attorney, the school attorney, cross-examined the victim, and found her to be not telling the truth, even though all those messages and the proofs were on record on the phone, and the victim showed that to the attorney. That I do not know.
Thank you. Further questions, Representative Ryan, then Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in and giving us your testimony. In your opinion, does this change help prevent something like that from happening again?
Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Myler first.
Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. What was the final resolution to this issue?
As you can see on the testimony that I submitted, and also the testimony that Professor Brown submitted to the committee, there was a settlement in the school district, between the school district and excuse me, I have it right here. Profile School District ended up paying $48,000 in fees to the attorney, and that was pretty much a settlement that they were going to take care of the case afterwards. But to this day, there hasn't been any work around that. There's actually a meeting in the school board district today up in the North Country. I don't know what the outcome of that's going to be, but this is an issue that hasn't been addressed properly to this date.
Follow up, please.
Yes.
Was there counseling or any other support for the student that was being bullied?
I do not know, sir.
Thank you.
It was mostly Professor Brown. It was myself. Again, this family is, there's some language barriers. They don't know how to navigate really well the school administrative procedures, so they seek help. And I'm just a parent. I'm just a parent of 4 kids up in the school system and up in the North Country, and in a way, I know a little bit about it, and I have the advantage I can communicate with those folks.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you. And thank you, Representative Myler. Half of what Representative Myler asked was mine as well. But I want to follow up. Was there any determination, or what was the adjudication of the youngster in Profile? Profile was found responsible. From what you're saying, and Representative Perez said earlier, there was a settlement paid. I understand that. But what specifically happened to the student that was doing the bullying? Do we know that?
No, sir. No, we don't know that. We don't know that information.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Lai.
You're welcome. Any further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other folks here that want to speak to this bill? Of the 2 people who spoke earlier, Representative Perez and Ms. Ryan, are either of you familiar with or aware? In statute, it says specifically, each school district and charter public school shall provide, going down to educational programs for pupils and parents in preventing, identifying, responding to, and reporting bullying, cyberbullying. Do you know, in fact, if the district we're talking about has a policy in place and how to respond to bullying?
I do not, but my focus was on the fact that we needed to make sure that this doesn't happen again, and that a school district really tries to is forced to take responsibility, as opposed to, I mean, what this young woman went through. I mean, this went from the principal, a hearing with the principal, to the superintendent, to the school board, and they all denied that they had any responsibility for this. So it's my understanding that I think perhaps heads might roll at the school district meeting tonight, but my focus was really on just making sure that this doesn't happen again. It was a horrendous thing that this family had to go through. And I think basically because of the fact, as it was stated, that there was a language barrier and there is the inability to know how to navigate through the system, they were definitely at a disadvantage as well. So
I'd like to go one more step there.
Sure.
I'm talking about profile. Now I'm going to talk about White Mountain.
Right.
And White Mountain obviously had a youngster that's enrolled in their school that had to be taken home by mom due to an emotional issue.
Right.
And a bullying.
Right.
What did White Mountain do? They should have also a program in place to address situations such as this. Do you know if White Mountain?
I do not, but I do know that I think it was a little, you're responsible, he's responsible, you're responsible, he's responsible.
He said, she said.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Representative Cordelli?
Yeah, if I could just mention that I did have a call when this first started from Dr. Brown, who had been told to contact me by the commissioner. And Mr. Brown told me that the commissioner had talked to the profile district and was told that there was nothing in statute that would require them to investigate the case, and thus the genesis for this bill.
Okay. Just a little bit more information. I don't have any more pink cards, and it doesn't look like anybody else has a desire to speak on this, so we're going to close this hearing. Oh, it's getting warm in here.
Yes, good.
Boy, they really turned it up, I'll tell you.
Go away.
Yeah, thank you, Jen.
Say something next week.
Exactly right. Tomorrow. Okay, we have the next bill on the docket here. I'm looking at the right sheet.
1164.
1164, which is relative criminal record checks of teachers credentialing app. That's my bill.
Yeah.
Yes.
Jeez.
You too.
Oof.
See ya.
Yeah. 1164. Thank you.
Feels good.
So this will be a hearing on HB 1164 relative to criminal records checks of teacher credentialing applicants. And I will call on the prime sponsor, Representative Ladd.
Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli and members of the Education Committee. For the record, my name is Rick Ladd. I come from Haverhill, New Hampshire, Grafton County, and I'm here today to speak on HB 1164. This is a bill dealing with criminal record checks of teachers credentialing applicants. And primarily, it's been a request of the Department of Education, Mr. Appleby, who is in charge of that program over there. And one of the issues which we have is that upon entering the education program on a higher ed school such as Plymouth or Keene or UNH, one declares, for example, I'm going to be an education major. An education major then has to get that credentialing criminal background check right from the beginning. They do it in their freshman year. That initial check is only good for 3 years. So in the fourth year, when they go out to do their student teaching, they have to pay to have that done again. The recommendation is the initial credential be extended from 3 years to 4 years, thus saving money on the part of a student who's wanting to be a teacher. And that concludes my testimony. That's all the bill does, change one number from 3 to 4.
No, thank you, Representative. Any questions? Representative Lakis.
Do you know how much it costs for them to get a criminal records check at this point?
I can't tell you that. I've heard a lot of different figures, but I tell you, my grandkids are in college right now, $5 is a lot of money.
Oh, I know. I just was wondering what it was at the moment. Thank you.
But this is up in double or triple figures.
Yeah, Representative Myler.
Yeah, I think on that, I think we heard that it was like $150.
I heard 152, but there's two of us to say that now, and I agree.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Representative Cordelli. I don't probably like if I extend this to 4 years, so I go out there in my student teaching, and to the school, and then I graduate. When I go to school X again, I have to start all over again. So wouldn't it be just as efficient if we started the criminal record check in the higher level of education in the second year? Because they're not going out student teaching, they have to do observations, and then it would carry over into the first year of application for school application to be a teacher? You see what I mean?
I understand that, but of course, many of these gen ed courses they're taking as freshmen are also methods courses in education. And if a person's not going to pass that criminal background check, why then would they be taking those courses? So it's also a cost saving to have it as early as possible, but by extending it to go through that duration, they have to get another one checked upon entering a school, of getting that credential. So there's a number of these checks which we heard about in the teacher shortage committee, and that was one of the recommendations that came out of the shortage committee, how to save students this cost. And this was one recommendation that came out of that committee that we had this summer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Tanner.
Thank you for taking it. Just looking it up on the DOE website, it says $25.
That's not what we were told.
Criminal history records test.
Yeah, I think there might be someone in the back who has some information for us. When we're finished grilling Representative Ladd.
Yeah.
Any more grilling of Representative Ladd? Seeing none.
Thank you very much.
And is there someone in the peanut gallery who could help us possibly? Thank you.
Got it down? Good. Thank you. I'm Christine Shea from New Hampshire State Police Criminal Records Unit. I'm the administrator. And for student teachers, which are volunteers, the record check for us for a fingerprint-based check is $21.25. An employee would be $48.25. $48.25 for an employee.
And the first one was?
$21.25? Yeah.
It's a fingerprinted.
Fingerprint-based check. The 25 is a New Hampshire check, which is publicly available records check.
questions? Yeah. Could you repeat those numbers once again for the student
Sure.
and employee it is?
Okay, so for a volunteer, it's 21.25. And for an employee, a regular teacher, it would be 48.25.
Thank you. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, and thank you for being here and answering that question. Another question, what is the difference between the prices? Is that a different check being performed between student and employee?
No, it's the same check. We get a discount from the FBI as well for a volunteer because we get charged for them for every check that we complete through them. So they recognize volunteers are not getting paid for their service, so that's why there's a difference.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So this is the national FBI check that checks
Correct.
And it's only $25?
No, $25 is the New Hampshire criminal conviction check. And that, I think, is what Representative Tanner was referencing. And the $25 check is just publicly available New Hampshire criminal conviction checks. It is not fingerprint based.
Okay. Do you know how much the other one is? The national.
Either $21.25 for a volunteer or $48.25 for an employee.
Thank you.
Both of the $21.25 and the $48.25 both go through the FBI, and it's fingerprint based.
Okay. You mentioned 21, maybe 25 for, was it for non-fingerprint also, for just state?
$21.25
Right.
is for the volunteer.
Right. And that's the FBI fingerprint check.
Yes, correct.
Right. And 48.25 for an employee fingerprint check.
Correct.
But was there another amount you mentioned for a state criminal records check only?
Right, that's the $25 ones,
Okay.
but in this circumstance, they need to go with the fingerprint-based check.
Any further questions, Representative Woodcock?
I'm not gonna ask you how much you said it 7 times, but.
It's okay.
The total of those two, if I was the teaching applicant, it would be about 75 or 80 bucks. You put the fingerprint and the 48 together?
You wouldn't do both together, so when they were going through school, if it was, just our piece of it is just $21.25, and then when they go to get employed, then they would need to do the $48.25 4 years later, if that makes sense.
So for a teacher certification background check to go to any school in New Hampshire, it's not up to the $125, $150 range. It's not at the figure you just told us.
Right, I know DOE, and I don't know if Diana might be able to help answer some of this. I know DOE has a different part regarding their process, so I'm not 100% sure what their fees are when it comes to going through the DOE process.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your answers on price.
She give us a pink card.
Huh?
Could you ask her for a pink card?
Oh, yes. Could you fill out a pink card for us also? Thank you very much. Was there anything further from the department that Attorney Fenton would like to add on to pricing or anything for the criminal records checks?
I just can't answer how much it costs.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, evidently someone has a question for you. We don't want you to feel left out.
I don't want to feel left out. I hope you don't ask me how much it costs, because that was very, I'll have to defer to my friend there.
Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm entirely asking this question to not keep you left out, and it's not for the fee. I got confused with the last comment. So this is not the DOE check, but this is for teacher credentialing applicants? I don't understand the difference between the DOE check and whatever this is.
So the way that it's structured, if you look at, I have the book thanks to Representative Tanner. What's that?
Do you have the blue book?
I don't have the new book yet.
There's one on the,
No, I'm always behind, so I'm gonna read old law to you here. Thanks a lot, Representative Tanner. I didn't get my book this year. It happened.
Check with the boss.
I should. So if you look at 189.13A, and we'll start with 189.13A, and then there's 189.13B and C. So looking at 189.13C talks about credentialing and student candidates, credentialing applicant and candidates. So my understanding is that this section was created because if you have a teacher prep program, such as St. Anselm's College or Keene State, which people are very familiar with, the issue became that because those entities, and I will refer to my counterpart at the Department of Safety who just testified. If I could ask you to come join me, Christine. So my understanding, and I want to make sure that I'm saying this correctly, so I'll have my counterpart here just in case I messed up. My understanding is Keene State, St. Anselm's College, they are non-governmental entities. They're private. They're private universities. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, good. So they're private and they cannot receive the federal background check, right?
Correct.
Okay, we're off to a great start. The Department of Education, and Representative Damon, I see, I want to make sure I answer your question. So if you want to chime in. So that became an issue because Keene State, for example, I'll just pick on Keene State, they couldn't access this information. And so what ended up happening is if I'm a candidate at a teacher prep program and I wanted to go work at Kennett High School as part of my academics, I had to go to Kennett High School and Kennett High School had to run my record. And Keene State was suddenly left out of the loop. And Keene State and any college wanted to be an active participant in that discussion because they didn't want to be having students who would not be employable pursuant to the list of disqualifying offenses found in 189.13A, Roman numeral 5, right? They wanted to be an active participant in that, but because they were not a non-governmental entity, they couldn't be. So it was left at the behest of each individual school district, and everyone knows I'm not from the field, but my understanding is in a teacher prep program, it is a fair statement that as a teacher prep candidate, you go to a lot of schools. You have a lot of hands-on experience. Representative Cassad and I will just see if that's an accurate statement. And so it became a huge burden on all these individual schools, Bartlett Elementary, Berlin High School, what have you, to run these multiple checks. And the candidate was having to pay out that money. How much?
$21.25.
There you go, $21.25 every time. It's late, it's 2:00 in the afternoon. We all needed a laugh, right? So the candidate, it became overly burdensome, not only on the schools that were offering this great opportunity, but on the candidates financially. And logistically, there were problems because some candidates, some college students, they didn't have cars, right? And they were having to go to the troop station or the local police department multiple times. And some of the anecdotal evidence we were hearing from students was that they felt like they were being treated like criminals, having to go to the police department multiple times. They didn't want to do it. And frankly, I don't blame them. No offense, you guys are great. But so these were some of the logistical issues that were occurring. The Department of Education, however, is a governmental entity, and the department can receive the criminal record check from the FBI. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so far so good. So that is why 189.13C was created, to alleviate that burden from the field, alleviate that burden from the individual candidate and the individual school districts, put it on the department. So the department could play an active role in that because, again, the department could get that piece of information, the FBI background check.
That's why that section, which was passed by this legislative body, was created. And now my understanding of the bill in front of you is to expand the time from a 3-year period to a 4-year period. I hope that answers your question.
Great. Anything further, Representative Cascadden?
Thank you. Can I just add that a criminal background check is not transferable from one school district to another? That's correct.
And I will add to that, thank you very much. You cannot disseminate that record. So one of the discussion points we have continually had within this committee when questions come up as to Department of Ed, when you are licensing someone to teach, can't you transfer that record to the employing district? The answer is a resounding no. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Because you're not allowed to disseminate the record. Period, end of sentence. And so that has caused issues at time as well. And I appreciate that comment because, again, if I was a teacher prep candidate and I went to Berlin High School to fulfill a requirement, Berlin could then, they were not allowed to transfer that record to Kennett High School, which is right down the road, because it would violate the federal regulations. And likewise, Kennett couldn't rely on, well, they were just in Berlin, they're fine, because it would be a stale record.
Great, thank you very much. Yes, Representative Damon.
I just want to verify that you just said that the prohibition on transferring, or whatever the right word was, is federal.
It's considered by the FBI to be a secondary dissemination, and they don't allow for that. The reason being is protecting an individual's right to privacy. And so when they're signing off just for that individual governmental agency to receive their information.
Great. Yes, Representative Tanner, quickly.
What did we do for bus drivers? And didn't we do something for bus drivers that drive in different districts?
Maybe you can talk to Ms. Fenton offline, because we really want to focus on this bill and want to have then a brief caucus.
I will. The short answer is yes. If you look at 189.13B, I always think of it as B for bus driver and C for credentialing for candidate. But 189.13B was created to address the bus driver issue to allow them more mobility, pun intended.
Right. Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for this question because it's completely off the wall. But do you have any idea why we're like a number of us are coming up with $150?
I know DOE does have some fees, but I can't speak to what their fees are specifically.
And I will get you that information. I don't know off the top of my head. I don't think for candidates it's a charge. I know for when you get certified as an educator.
All right.
I want to say $150 for 3 years, but please don't quote me on that.
Okay.
I will get this committee that
Representative
exact information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just clarify for me. I'm a student at Keene State. I'm a sophomore. And I'm declared that I'm going to be a teacher. I run the criminal records check. That goes through the department. Does the department hold that records check, which then enables me from Keene State to go to Monadnock High School or Conval High School, because the department holds the criminal records check, that I can use multiple sites to do my student teaching experience? Is that correct?
That's my understanding. And
Okay.
if you look at 189.13C, yes, it talks about the department completing that confidential criminal history records check.
Then, as a follow-up, then once I complete my program and I become credentialed, then the criminal record check is specific to a school district. And the school district has that criminal record check, of which I can only use that criminal record check for that specific school district. Is that correct?
That's when they become an employee.
That is correct. I think it's a little bit more nuanced than that. Simply because once you're licensed to become an educator, you're just licensed to be an educator. It's not for one particular school. That's not how the licensing is structured.
But this bill is basically dealing with the licensing for a student teacher.
Correct.
Let's don't get into my second question. Let's just focus on this. So this enables a student to be basically one records check during their undergraduate work to enable them to have multiple student teaching experiences. Is that correct?
That's the way the law is already structured under 189.13.
This just moves it to another year.
That's right.
Thank you.
We're done? Great. Oh, I tried.
Sorry, it's quick. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Why are we not doing it the same way for teachers? Where the department is holding the background check so that they're not worrying about having to do another check if they move to another district.
Because you would remove the discretion of each individual employing school district.
Yeah.
And the way the system is structured currently is that the department just reviews for what are called the disqualifying offenses. And again, those are found in 189.13A, paragraph 5. Each school district is allowed by law to
Freshman involved.
consider other offenses that are not on that list of disqualifiers. And that is by school district policy, they can take that into account. And they can decide what is a good fit in their particular school.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great, thank you. And thank you for clarifying some things for us. And you could further help us out by filling out a pink card, Ms. Fenton.
I will do that.
I think Representative Myler and his group is going to go into the office for a couple of minutes for a caucus, and we'll just caucus right here, and you can stay where all you are. Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is executive session for House Bill 1164 relative to criminal record checks for teacher credentialing applicants. And do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve 1164 and ask the co-sponsor.
Okay. Any further discussion on the bill
No.
or the motions?
No.
No. Great. Madam Clerk?
Okay. Motion is ought to pass. Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Leckus.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry is yes. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
Yeah.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner. Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
All right, 16 yays and 4 not voting.
Great. Consent calendar?
Any
Great.
objections? Not hearing any objections?
you.
It's on consent. We'll close the executive session and get on with business with the hearings. Looks like we're on 11, no, which one are we? 1058? 1058.
Correct.
Relative to school employee and designated school volunteer criminal history records checks. 1058. Looks like we got Representative Perez back here, so this must be the prime sponsor. Yes, welcome, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, honorable members of the Executive Education Committee. My name again is Representative Christine Perez. I'm from Londonderry, Rockingham District 16. I come before you once again today with House Bill 1058, an act relative to school employee designated school volunteer criminal checks. According to the Division of Youth and Child Families, child abuse and neglect are once again on the rise. They took a little dip during COVID, but they are way up there again. 60% of the reports that are brought in from schools and daycares are screened in, which means that they go on for further assessment. Now, there's only 2 other reporters above that, above the schools and daycares, and that would be ones that were from the police or ones that were already involved with the state. Court affiliated and has higher. As of February of 2019, 40 states classified failure to report a misdemeanor. If failure to report child abuse was a misdemeanor, and if convicted, they could face jail time up to 40 days to 5 years and fines of $300 to $5,000. Connecticut, right down the highway, can charge the failure to report with a felony if it's a subsequent violation or if it is a willful violation. I remind you that we are talking about children's law. Law requires any person who suspects abuse or neglect to report. But in certain occupations, the report is mandatory. Those professions include, but are not limited to, physicians, priests, nurse, law enforcement, teachers, and school officials. Again, I repeat, they are mandatory reporters. This bill applies only to the school setting professionals that are mandatory reporters of child abuse and neglect and are required by DC to report to DCYF or the local law enforcement if they have reason to suspect abuse or neglect. The 3 important words here are mandatory, required, and suspect. These school individuals have training on what signs to watch for and how to report. These individuals are with children 180 days a year and possibly more hours in a day than parents are. Abuse comes in many forms. It's not just the bruises you see or the broken bones you see, but it can be emotional abuse that can cause extreme behavior changes, withdrawal, fear, or acting inappropriately. The school educator is the perfect person to have the opportunity to witness these changes, and it is their duty to protect the children and report it. You might ask why they wouldn't report. I have a few scenarios. What if I'm wrong? My answer to that is, what if you're right? Well, that dad is my friend. Well, we're here talking about the children. I know that family, and there's no way. Then I ask you if you have a crystal ball or you know what goes on behind closed doors. This bill would make failure to report a disqualifying offense if the individual charged is seeking employment or credentialing. This is a policy choice that we must consider and ask ourselves if we want an individual that has been charged and or convicted of failing to report child abuse or neglect in our classrooms. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the representative? Yes, Representative Tanner?
Thank you. I'm kind of a little bit confused, I guess, why you would put failure to report abuse and neglect as in violation of RSA 169 rather than just abuse and neglect is in violation of.
Because it's not that the school employee commits it's if they fail to report it.
But wouldn't you not want to hire somebody that had committed that?
Well, they would be, if they were charged with that, that would be a criminal offense. So that would probably fall under some of the other list of things that are not credentialed.
So
endangering the welfare of a child.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Go ahead.
So,
first degree assault, manslaughter. Oh, well, not manslaughter, but first degree assault.
So how would somebody, I just don't understand the failure to report. Like we're, as teachers, we're told that we are, obligated to report abuse and neglect. And I wouldn't want anybody hired that did abuse or neglect, which I don't know for sure if that's in one of these specified criminal charges that are immediately disqualifying. And so I guess how would failure to report abuse or neglect be in, for example, criminal record checks? Would it be, is it something that people get charged with? Is it something that happens a lot? I mean,
it does happen. Failure to report does. I mean, it probably more readily it would be from people who know the family and see this children. But I was speaking to someone here earlier who said, I reported multiple times as a teacher of things that have come up,
right.
Children. But if you don't report, that is the criminal liability, I believe. Diane's still here.
Well, I'll ask somebody else, I guess. How do you?
And I believe that if you're convicted of child abuse, that would fall under.
I don't know if abuse and neglect are under there, but.
Green Street toward Park Street.
I don't want to go there.
Going somewhere.
Next up.
So I just don't know how the failure, how you get convicted of failing to, and whether that becomes is a criminal charge that's at the level that these other ones are. So I guess that's my question. But Diana may have a little bit more information on it.
And we borrow Diana.
Representative Perez, yes, and I'll ask this question because maybe she can answer this one as well. Abuse and neglect, and this law reporting to HHS is pretty much in every state. As a teacher, you must report if you suspect.
Mandatory.
It's mandatory, no question.
No question.
So in the state of New Hampshire, Do we know of the number of schools that are reporting this? Did we get some kind of an aggregated school, result of this?
I do not
And-
have
And
that.
how do we know then, and that's probably directed right over to your partner from DOE here, that how does DOE know that maybe there's some that are not reported? Does it come as a result of a courtroom or a HHS reporting back to us and saying there was an issue and we didn't get it through? Why?
That would be my guess, is that the child is found to have been abused or neglected, and the child was perhaps in the school, and they at that point might go back and say, didn't you notice that this child had a broken arm one day and bruises the next day? That type of thing. That would be, a scenario that I could see. I think people are very hesitant to report, unfortunately. I think we forget that it's the child we're dealing with and not anything else other than the child but because you are a teacher and I was a nurse, you are a mandatory reporter. So you only have to suspect it. You don't have to prove it, you just have to suspect it. And my feeling is maybe it won't come out, that this happens a lot, but I certainly wouldn't want someone who didn't report it and was found that they had not reported it to be in a classroom, be able to be credentialed and be in a classroom. And the only way I could see that they could actually be convicted of this is if it was blatant. If it was blatant and, or if it was unwilling, they unwillingly didn't do it. There were several things in the Connecticut information that I had. Failing result can result, this is the Office of Legislation from Connecticut, failing to report can result in criminal penalties and expose the mandated reporter to criminal damages if the child is further injured because of a mandated reporter did not act. In February of 2019, 40 states classified failure to report as a misdemeanor or similar charges. So failing to report is a crime. It's a crime. So it's a crime against children, and that's who are in the schools, and that's who we want with people who would report it if they only have to suspect. They are required. Does that answer your question?
This is a huge issue, and as a past principal, I had students living in my district that have been kicked out of their house in the back seat of a car, and the weather was colder than it was this morning.
Right.
-10, -15. Is that neglect? Yes. Is it abuse?
Yes.
Yes. And so the reporting we did, though, we had many teachers in the building just did not feel comfortable on the phone with HHS. That's what it was called up there. So we had a process. You went to the school psychologist or the nurse. The nurse was a person with a master's degree in nursing. I was fortunate. She made all the contacts because we got through to the people we needed to at HHS. And we got immediate reaction. We reported, but it wasn't necessarily Teacher Myler here. It was Teacher Myler talking with the nurse, and the nurse did the reporting. I don't know if that's kosher or, allowable or not, but that's how we found it worked.
And I understand that's how it could work. But technically, it's technically it's the person who knows of the abuse is the primary reporter. As far as I'm concerned, as long as it gets immediately reported, what was the delay on doing that? Was it done the same day? Did it take 3 days of going back and forth? I mean, we are talking about children, and we go out of our way to say how, and teachers especially go out of their way about saying about how we have to protect children. And this is a way of protecting children. We do not want people who are uncomfortable has nothing to do with it. It's your job. It's your mandatory. It's law. You have to report. You have to report if you even suspect. And you know, if people understand that it might affect them in a different way, perhaps they'd be more likely to do it.
Yeah. Representative Woodcock.
Hey, Chairman. Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm confused, which is apparently today the rule. I'm reading this as a candidate for a teaching position under this statute where the superintendent or the director of that organization does not or shall not hire. But when you're talking about failure to report, that person is not a teacher yet. So they're not a mandated reporter yet. So I'm not sure how this would be applicable. That's my confusion.
Well, I believe it says, or volunteer. Wait a minute, I can't find my bill. Hang on. This would be, here we go.
Employer or volunteer, that's the category of person. But in either case, they wouldn't have been hired, so they wouldn't have been, their failure to report would just be like John Citizen at that point.
You out of here now?
So they wouldn't, I don't understand how it's applicable to this particular statute. I understand what you're saying and the importance of reporting. I'm just not understanding how, I'm not an employee yet. So how can you ding me for not being, if I'm not an employee, if I've never reported it because I haven't been a reporter?
Have you been charged with it? Or have you?
This says failure report reviews. It doesn't say you have to be a charge of you. It's a failure report. That's all. I'm just trying to, that's my.
No, that's
confusion.
because someone who is applying for credentialing, there's a whole list of things that they can't, and failure to report would be added to this as one of the credentialing. But they would have to have been convicted, just like all these other things they would have had to have been convicted of.
So, may I
follow up?
Yeah, thank you. So, let me understand this. So this is, you're just adding this to the category of the listings of items. So it wouldn't have been, they would have been found guilty of failure report.
If you've been charged and not found guilty, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Because I believe, and I leave this to Diana, but I believe if you've been charged with capital murder and haven't been convicted yet, you still can't be
Well,
credentialed.
I'm not murdering anybody. It's failure. Okay.
I'm just using the top one,
Right.
that's all.
Well, that one's a little bit bigger. I understand that. Okay. I just.
Indecent and exposure and lewdness is a misdemeanor.
Mhm.
If you have been charged, you can't have your credentialing. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Representative Cordelli, do you have a question?
Just Representative Perez, in the first section, a school employee, the employment section, where you're looking to hire someone, this would not have to be a new teacher, right? It could be someone who's a teacher coming from elsewhere in the state or somewhere else in the area applying for a job, correct?
Correct. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing this forward. My question is, you may not have this information, that's fine, but do you happen to have any statistics for what percentage of mandatory reported cases by teachers in the state result in any either criminal or civil action being taken by the state?
I don't. I have that 60% of the cases that are brought forward from schools or childcare, 60% of those are moved on for further investigation. There's two ways they can be moved in or moved out. So 40% are not moved on for further investigation, but 60% of the ones that come from schools or childcare centers are moved out for further investigation.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have any other pink cards in this?
I think Ms. Fenton was going to bring up some information.
I don't have one up here.
1109, 1209. No, next bill. Next bill.
Are you got a card in here for technical support or come on up? Are there questions for Attorney Fenton, Representative Tanner?
Thank you. First of all, I have a couple of questions. First question is, out of the 21 criminal charges that are listed as disqualifying, is just abuse and neglect one of them?
No, I do not believe that it is.
It isn't. Okay. And in your estimation, how many teachers in the state of New Hampshire, since you've been on the job, have been convicted of failure to report?
I do know of one instance that an educator was convicted of RSA 169C29 failure to report. I know of one instance, yes.
One. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. What if the kid comes in with a broken arm, a couple weeks later, broken leg, and what if I really don't suspect anything? I should suspect something, but I don't. Is there anything that's going to come back on me? I mean, how can you prove if somebody knew, if they suspected it? How is that proven?
Well, thank you for the question. I think it's a very nuanced, complicated question. I will refer back to the case that I'm familiar with that I referenced in my previous testimony to Representative Tanner. In that instance, and it's just one example, in that instance, the criminal conviction came about because, and I don't remember all the facts off the top of my head. It's been a number of years now, but my understanding is the educator was told by this child that the adult in his life, stepfather or uncle, whatever the case may be, was forcing him to perform sexual acts. And the teacher did not report that. And that is why the criminal case was then brought forward and was successful. I do think in very general terms, it's difficult to say, well, you should have known, right? When you're just being presented with a broken arm or a broken leg, what have you. This law is really a policy choice for this committee. What this bill is saying is if the department has a candidate come before it asking to be licensed as an educator, and that individual has a criminal record that says this offense of failure to report abuse and neglect, the policy choice for this committee is simply, should the department issue that license or not? Because the department does not have the discretion. Individual school districts have the discretion. Individual school districts can look at that record and say, we're not comfortable hiring this individual who was convicted of failure to report abuse and neglect to be in our school district. The department, by design, by this legislative body, does not have that discretion. The department, when someone comes to be licensed to be an educator, we pull the record sent to us from the Department of Safety, we review it and we look at the disqualifying offenses, and it is only those disqualifying offenses. So if someone has DWI, we will still license that individual to teach. If that person has a theft case, we will license that individual to teach. It's the disqualifiers that guide us. So again, the policy issue for this committee is to say, if someone from the state of Maine or a new teaching applicant comes forward to be licensed, because we do not continue to check the record on a reoccurring basis. It's a one-time check. So if I move here and I apply for a New Hampshire teaching credential and I have failure to report abuse and neglect, and the department licensed that person to teach, is that offensive to this legislative body? And that is truly a question. That's the policy question contained within this bill. And the department is just seeking that guidance because right now, that individual would be licensed.
Further questions, Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And let me see if I can get this clarified. First of all, I don't think anybody in this committee would want somebody who hasn't appropriately reported an abuse, et cetera.
Understood.
But the issue for me then is that just a procedural question. If as a teacher, I think there's some abuse, I then report that to the principal, correct? That's the chain of command that I go to first?
I would assume so. That's going to be a district policy.
Okay, so now this is where I'm a little unsure. Teachers are under a heck of a lot of pressure right now.
I agree.
And you've got the whole issue of parental rights, et cetera. And so my concern is that with the environment that we're under right now, a lot of teachers are afraid, frankly. And so if I see a child who doesn't come to me in your example, clearly that was
Sure.
Absolutely. But if I see a child that comes in with a broken arm, and I'm not quite sure whether that was because of a physical abuse on the part of the parent, and I don't report that. I think I probably should, but I know the parents, and I'm afraid what they might do to me if I make that report. Where does that fit into the issue of the quote failure to report?
I appreciate the question. I'm not sure best how to answer it because I think from the department's perspective, the department doesn't play a role in determining whether or not that should be charged or not. That would be a different segment. That would be the prosecution role, a criminal role, right? Police department role. The department is just left with reviewing the record when that person applies to be a teacher, and then again is governed by those disqualifying offenses. And the question becomes, I mean, again, right now, this is not an offense that would prohibit the licensing of that individual. And so it really just becomes a question of what the department does with that.
Yeah, and I clearly I can appreciate the department's position, but you can understand my concern in the instance that I have.
Sure.
And so there is a lot of, to my mind, clearly ought to be reported, but you get into that question, it's a qualification question, and I would assume that ought to be some concern about this fear of reporting, what that might mean to my career, to the child, to whatever. So that's just, that's going around in my mind as far as being a real quandary at this point in time. Thank you.
And I agree with everything you stated. I agree with everything you stated. The department's position is kind of, the department's the last, the caboose on the train, if you will. Those policy decisions are made by other agencies and entities. And so the department is really left with, and I will refer back to your first comment, that we can all agree that it's a child safety issue and we all want children to be safe. That's not the issue. But the department is in the position that if an individual were to come forward asking to be licensed, and this offense is on the record, right now, that individual would be licensed. And that is the quandary that the department finds itself in. And this legislative body would give that guidance. And so, unfortunately, the department, for better or for worse, doesn't play a role in determining whether charges should be brought if the evidence is sufficient. We're not part of that analysis. Thank you.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you. Is this a department request?
This is a bill that I have discussed. I believe I discussed with Representative Damon at one point, and also Representative Perez. It was, I don't know if it's a department request, but I have spoken with both of those individuals about this bill, yes.
Follow up on that?
Yes.
So are we just going to go through and add to this 21 number list of disqualifying ones? Because it seems to me if we've had one incidence of this, and how many years have you been with the department?
Approximately a little over 8 years, I believe.
Yeah, okay. And 100, I don't know how many schools and how many kids. That, does it rise to the level of total disqualification that you can't get your professional certificate or can't get a credential? I mean, does it, that's the issue. It's not abuse and neglect. If you get charged with abuse and neglect, you're not on that top of the list. But if, and you know, there are some other ones that we could be a lot more picky, but when we got those 21, you know, we really went for something that was happening a lot, not just once in 8 years or maybe whatever. So I don't know where this is coming from. I feel like it's a gotcha for people going into the teaching field, and I think they'll see it as that too.
Yes, Representative Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I'm wondering on line 22, when it does say any person who has been charged, not convicted, I guess I'm thinking myself, innocent until proven guilty. So you're not going to credential me. Someone has charged me, yet I can't get credentialed. Is that the intent here?
So thank you for pointing out that language. So that language, any person who has been charged pending disposition, that phrase is already currently in the law. That phrase has consistently been in the law. And that phrase is, I think, a simplistic way of saying charged, which means there was probable cause, and is awaiting trial. And so for purposes of credentialing, you're right, that presumption of innocence is applicable in the criminal context. For administrative credentialing purposes, that has always been in 18913A and then in the subsequent sections that we've talked about.
Diana, there's some subjectivity to this whole federal law. When they enter in the word suspect, a child falls down the stairs and breaks a leg or gets all bruised up, and it wasn't a result of the parent, and the teacher in the classroom absolutely knows this family. I don't suspect anything there. I know them. And so, but what happens later that, you know, the child is found to be, a result of abuse and neglect. But where's the teacher stand on that who, because it's suspect, and the teacher had every right to say what that teacher was, thinking and believing. I wouldn't say they would be guilty, but, you're the prosecutor. Where are you coming from this angle?
Well, and thank you for the question. To be very clear, I was a criminal prosecutor years ago, and so I have that work experience, but that's not my current job. And you, for one, are always giving me new job titles, so you keep me on my toes. But I think your question really harkens back to Representative Myler's question, which is there's a lot of various circumstances and nuances in this area. And to be very frank, it can be a scary area.
Yeah, it is.
And as I mentioned in my answer to Representative Myler, the department is not in a position, we are not an active participant in those charging decisions. We are not an active participant in the criminal piece of it. I just happen to have that background, just as each and every one of us has our own respective backgrounds that we bring with us. The department's position is narrowly tailored. And the department's position is simply reviewing an individual applicant's criminal history upon licensure. And that is an act that was passed by this legislative body to give the department that role to review the disqualifying offenses. The department, again, does not have any discretion. No discretion whatsoever. The department is limited to these offenses that are enumerated in the statute. And if an individual were to have this particular offense, a failure to report abuse or neglect, the question, again, right now, the department would license that individual. And that individual would be available to work in an educational setting. School districts have discretion. And school districts could exclude that individual based on that offense. That's the role, the very limited role the department would play.
Representative Milo.
Thank you. Just to kind of summon my own mind with you. You're not involved in the issue of whether or not there was a failure to report. That's done in another venue. That's done in another court. That's done in another process.
Yes.
Yes or no, whether or not that individual did it. If in fact they neglected to do that reporting, that's a decision over here. When you go to do your check, if this happens over here, you have nothing to do with it over here. All you're doing is reviewing, did this happen? That's the department's role, right?
That
So
is correct.
what this bill is basically saying, that if in some other jurisdictional issue found that somebody failed to report it, all you're doing is saying, okay, it happened over here, we can't provide that then.
That is correct.
Pardon me?
You're not getting your credential.
You're not going to get your credential because something happened over here that the department wasn't involved in. All you're doing is receiving the report of that action of another venue.
You are correct.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome.
Attorney, just to follow up, if this passes and a current employee is found failing to report, do they lose their certification or are they released from the school district? Their licensure, rather?
If a current employee were to be charged with this offense of failure to report,
If this is in law, right?
yes, that would be reported to the department. And if it's one of the disqualifiers, the department could take action
pull
on
the
that. Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are there any more questions? Yes, Representative Cordelli.
Am I correct with any of the items listed in section 5? The department's role is just to look and see if this group over here charged someone and is either convicted or a pending trial. You have, there's a wall here and you're on this side of the wall. Is that correct?
Yes, I think so. I'm not sure which side of the wall you were referring to there.
Yeah,
but,
left and right.
But the way I explain it is the department simply doesn't have discretion. So there was an individual who came forward to apply for a license and they had been charged, not convicted, but charged with first-degree murder. The department didn't have any discretion, did not license that individual. That's one of the disqualifying offenses. Again, there are a lot of offenses that are not on this list that the department will license, does license, and it is the school district that has more discretion. So if it is on this list and it appears on a record, the department cannot license that individual.
Are there further questions? Representative Damon.
Thank you. So if the individual charged with one of the current offenses or this, if it passes into law, were charged and therefore did not get their credential and then were found innocent, they would then be able to request their teaching certification? Yes? No?
I believe that is correct. I'd like to break that down a little bit. So if I apply for a license and I have been charged with this offense currently, I would be denied. If I was then found not guilty and I apply again, my understanding of the law is currently written and this bill, then yes, I would be licensed.
Oh,
Yes.
so if someone is found innocent, is the fact that they were charged retained on their record at DOE or somewhere else, or is it purged because they've been found innocent?
So that's a really good Department of Safety question. I want to be clear. The department, pursuant to the law, and I'm just trying to put my hands on it really quickly, the department has an obligation to destroy the criminal history record after a certain amount of time. So the department does not keep and compile these records. These records are housed with the Department of Safety. They are not housed at the Department of Education. And the department doesn't keep them. We don't keep records of them. We just make that decision based upon that list of disqualifying offenses that we've talked about. In terms of what is retained on the record, I will refer to my my counterpart at the Department of Safety.
All right.
Welcome back.
Thank you. So when we get the court's dispositions over, which is whatever the finding is from the court, it could be no pros, non-conviction, all various dispositions. That will be on the record. But when education is entitled to a full record, which means they see convictions and non-convictions as well. So it would still be there, but it would show that they were not convicted of that charge.
Oh,
Brett, yes, go ahead.
please tell me if I'm understanding you correctly or fix my understanding. So if a person were charged with failure to report, and then the court proceeding found that that was not valid, that record that they were charged would be retained at Department of Safety, and if they then made a subsequent application for their teaching license, the fact that they had been charged would be reported to the department?
It would, but it would also show that it was a non-conviction on that. So also something to keep in mind is people are entitled to annul their records. So they can go to the courts and get any charges taken off from their record. There are various rules and parameters with that, but that is something that they can do, in which case that would not show up. But generally speaking, it would show up as a non-conviction. However, if they were going for, let's say, their nursing license, nursing is not entitled to a full record, so they see convictions only, in which, in that circumstance, that would not show up.
Thank you for explaining.
Why is it not purged?
I would have to research that further. That has just been traditionally
Higher pay grade level.
Yes,
Yeah.
what we have to do is, that is the process with
Okay.
dispositions from the courts.
Further questions from the committee?
If
Yes,
I may,
Yes.
if I may add something to that answer. This legislative body changed the law probably
This before me.
more than 5 years ago to allow the release of the entire record. Previously, the entire record was not released. Actually, there's quite a bit of history to it. So more than 10 years ago, when a school district wanted to hire someone, they would submit the criminal records request to the Department of Safety. It was the Department of Safety, someone such as this person right here, my good friend, who would read through the applicant's record. And they would read through the person's record, and then they would write a letter to SAU 39 or SAU 9 and say, "Dear superintendent, this person does have a disqualifying offense and cannot be hired, or this person does not have a disqualifying offense and they can be hired." They would write a letter, and the superintendent would never see the individual applicant's criminal record. However, what ended up happening was there was a gentleman in the western part of the state in Sullivan County who was charged with felonious aggravated sexual assault, AFSA, something of that nature. And for whatever reason, those charges were reduced down to misdemeanor offenses. And that individual applied to a school district, that individual was hired, and that individual reoffended. It was based on that instance that this legislative body then amended the law to allow the release of felonies. I think it was all felonies. And then it became included misdemeanors, and then it included the entire record. I'm not sure if it was broken down in those exact parts, but it was legislative changes over time. And if you look at the history of this law, 189.13a, you will see that there's been an enormous number of amendments in the last decade, because of some of those issues that were brought forward to this legislative body. And I know Representative Tanner has done a lot of work on this particular area because it is a very complicated area.
Yep, it is. Are there further questions? Thank you both. Oh, there is one. Representative Hall.
You did call on me earlier, but then we got, but thank you for, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I'm just going to circle back to Representative Woodcock when he asked you about if you currently have certification. And your answer, I think it was that the DOE could take action. You know, it's so that you would revoke my credentialing. Is that like black and white? You know, the could.
So my understanding is superintendents have an obligation to report if someone is arrested for a disqualifying offense. Currently working with the school district, disqualifying offense, they are obligated to report that. Yes. In such an instance, the department could take an immediate suspension of that individual's credential, and then see how the criminal process plays out. Yes.
And who decides?
Yep.
Who decides what part?
Who decides? So let's say I've been charged, and the department, whoever the department is, I mean, I know you're the department, I mean, you work for the department, but decides that we should take her credentialing away, and I've been charged, I've not been convicted.
Mm-hmm.
Would that never happen, or that might happen?
No, that very well could happen. It has happened if an individual is arrested, and we have had this situation happen. I don't want to say on multiple instances, but we have had this happen, and it's typically reported in the news. If an licensed educator is arrested for kidnapping or possession of child pornography or sexual assault, the department can and has and does, it is discretionary, but can take action on that individual's license. The theory being, if that person cannot be employed in a district, they shouldn't have the license either. So the license is immediately suspended. The department has done that previously. The criminal justice system then does what the criminal justice system does. The department has no role in that. I will refer back to Representative Myler's testimony. I thought he explained that very well. It's done in a different forum, and the department doesn't play any role in that particular forum. And then the department will respond accordingly based on what happens over here. The department is more reactive, doesn't play an active role in it. But if a teacher is arrested, the department will then respond accordingly. Yes.
I just follow up just real quick. I think in my mind, I'm thinking more of this failure to report abuse, not murder, child abuse, all that. And so I was thinking from that point of view, but thank you.
But if this law were to pass, then that offense is listed amongst with all those offenses. Right now, if the offense of failure to report, it's not a disqualifying offense, so the department would not take that action.
Right, thank you.
Any further questions? Don't see any more questions, but for both of you, Representative somebody, Tanner,
Who usually reports failure to report? Who usually puts the crime forward? Like who charges, like is it a parent? If the kid comes to school and something happens and the kid says, oh, I'm going to get killed if I go home, and he gets killed and I haven't reported it, who files a report against me? Who files a charge? Typically.
The charges are brought by the police department,
yeah.
whatever local police department the
But
department.
how would they know that the kid had said that to me?
That goes beyond the role of my position. Each case is individual, but any charging decisions are brought by the local police department.
Yeah.
The Department of Education has no role in that.
Yeah. Any further questions? I did have a call from Director Appleby over there at the department. The cost for initial certification for a student is $140 plus. The $100 is administrative costs that are set by the department. And your costs are exactly what you said, 40 something dollars for the safety aspect of it. So when we're talking about 150, you're on base, Representative Cornell and Representative Myler. So thank you both for coming, and your reward for all that, do you want a book? The new one? You're welcome to have it, because I have two.
I appreciate it.
And that's where you got that one.
I'm sure there's one waiting for me. Thank you, though.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, there's no more cards on this one, so we're going to close this hearing. Linda, can you just do Diana, please?
Thank you. Yeah, where can person come go? Yeah, here's you.
Pardon me? She doesn't goes first. The prime sponsor, who's the prime sponsor of the bill? Yeah, so she's the one that goes first.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we don't have a card.
Yeah, Rosemary's right here.
No. For Valerie.
I thought we had one.
That's what she's looking for. Oh, Valerie?
Valerie,
Got it.
it's right here, it's second one. Yeah. Okay, with that, we're going to go ahead and open up our last hearing for the day. It's HB 1109. And relative to requiring student identification cards to include the helpline for the National Alliance for Eating Disorders. And I'd like to invite Representative Rung, the prime sponsor, to present the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to the Education Committee. For the record, my name is Rosemary Rung, and I represent Hillsborough 12, which is the town of Merrimack. And for some reason, I'm getting such a strong sense of deja vu, because we were here a year ago to make the case for the need to include an eating disorders helpline on the back of student IDs. And I think we made a pretty good case for what the situation is with our young people and the need to provide as much information and helpline to them and to their families and friends. And I'm glad that the committee agreed and recommended ought to pass as amended. And I'm very grateful that the House also passed it, and the Senate Education Committee passed it, and the Senate passed it. But around that time, and I do want to thank Representative Cordelli and some other representatives who brought to my attention, around the same time, there was a lot of mismanagement going on with the organization that provided the helpline at the time. It was the National Eating Disorders Association. And within a few weeks, they had disconnected their helpline. They had instituted some type of a remote, I forget the name of it, it's like a bot to accept questions. It was just really a total failure in management. And I believe that director lost her job over it. So on the advice of myself and other people, Governor Sununu rightly vetoed HB 35. But that didn't make the problem go away, did it? There are still many young people who are suffering, even dying from eating disorders. And you'll hear probably more information on that. But what I wanted to talk to you about is that after the veto, and I was unaware of how much attention that bill got outside of New Hampshire, but one of the drivers of that bill, Mr. Matthew Brown, was contacted by an association called the National Alliance for Eating Disorders. And they felt that providing that helpline was really important, and they wanted us to consider new legislation that their helpline could be added to the back of the ID. And I certainly did not want to get in the position of partnering with an organization to find out a few months later their mismanagement was really going to torpedo the intent of the legislation. So I had corresponded with them several times. We had a Zoom meeting with their executive director. And I can wholeheartedly say I have complete trust and faith in the ability of the National Alliance for Eating Disorders to be able to provide a helpline. They have a history of success in enabling people who have eating disorders to be able to access therapy. They have real people on the other end of the phone line, therapists, trained. I think they use some trained volunteers. They have very convenient hours that they're expecting to expand. And I believe you may have gotten correspondence from their executive director. So if you haven't, let me know. I'll try to get that for you. So I come to you again asking for an ought to pass recommendation on HB 1109. It is in essence the exact same bill that this committee approved as amended, except that we are with a more solid organization who can provide that service. And I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Dry.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. The social service areas, organizations in my area spent a lot of time and money in 2022 expanding the 988 number from just a suicide hotline to a mental health and crisis hotline. It's available 24/7, and the rationale behind that was because a three-digit number, 988, was a lot easier to remember than a 10-digit number. And so the thrust in emergency medicine has been to condense these all into the 988 triaged hotline number. Why do you think this would be a time to go against that trend?
Representative, thank you very much for that question. I think it's an extremely important question because all of us should have that on our minds. But we are not a sixth grader or a 10th grader or a high schooler. We are adults, and the target audience for the intent of this bill are youth. They're adolescents, they're teenagers, and they don't think they have a mental illness. They would not look at that crisis line and think that that's a place where they can get help or have their questions answered. But if they see eating disorders, and that's the key, they can see themselves as having an eating disorder, or maybe just, I'm not eating like my friends do. My parents are always on my back that I'm losing weight. I can't even imagine, and I'm looking back really at my three kids when they were that age. I don't think they would have ever thought or identified as someone who had a potential mental disorder, but they definitely would say, I have an eating disorder. I'm not eating normally. So it's really, we need to communicate to the target group in a way that they can relate to. And if I believed, and if educators and people that are experts in pedagogy would think that a 6th or 7th or 8th grader would be able to say, oh, I have a mental disorder. I may be at risk for suicide because of it. I better call this this 988 number. I would be all for that. But I think we would be missing a lot of people who need this number because they just don't identify with that.
Yes.
Thank you. The 988 number is advertised as suicide and crisis hotline. And in fact, if you go to the National Alliance for Eating Disorders, it says after their time, it says if you have a crisis, call 988. So I'm wondering why put in that extra step? They're sending them there if they're not available. And that's a long time. That's not weekends, and they're not on evenings or weekends. Why not just put 988?
Again, an excellent question, but I think what the intent of this bill is to reach children who are suffering from an eating disorder, reach them early before it becomes a crisis or before they become suicidal. We do know that so many people who suffer from eating disorders end up in a crisis. They end up in a suicide ideation. But when they're younger, when they're in those early teenage years, they're not there yet. So they still would not relate to that. They're going to call when they realize, geez, my friends are saying things to me, my families are saying things to me about my eating. Oh, there's this eating disorder helpline. I think I'll give them a call. It's a different situation than if they said, "Oh, suicide crisis hotline," that I'm not there. I'm not thinking about suicide. I'm not in a crisis. I just, people think I have an eating problem. So I still don't think if the 988 number said eating disorders, all the way to where you might have suicide ideation or crisis, I think it would be worth revisiting. But right now, people view their perception of 988 is I'm in an emergency situation. Something really bad's going to happen unless I call this number. But the children we want to reach aren't nearly there yet, but they will get there without a helpline.
Further question, Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this bill. And my question is going to be, because you just brought up an interesting point that really sparked something for me. So the suggestion is, how does a student know that the current existing hotline is okay to call, not just for like an emergent crisis, but for an eating disorder or any of these other things? But clearly the line, as we've seen, because we've been through this before, that line is designed to be able to triage and send people to the kind of care that is necessary, including non-emergent, including things like eating disorders. So would it not make sense to, instead of putting another number on the card, that and just giving the students the card and not saying a word about it, it's just there, maybe they see it, maybe they don't, maybe requiring a 5-minute instruction on the scope of the current number, and that you can call this for eating disorders or anything else that you need to?
I thank you very much, Representative, for the question. I hope I'm understanding it correctly. I think educating an 8th grader, 7th, we know what they're like. Educating them, giving them a 5-minute educational talk about the application of 988. I'm not sure that would take as much as they would recognize eating disorders. That's for me. And another important point I haven't really made yet is that the people on the other line of this helpline are highly trained in eating disorders. It is a very specific disorder. It's not something you can lump in with other mental issues. I think we heard testimony on that when this bill was brought up last year, but it is very specific. So it actually saves a step. By calling this number directly, they can hear from therapists and people who know exactly what type of situation they're in and what help they need. And because this organization is one that a 988 might refer someone to. So we're actually saving a step for youth in having them call this number directly. I hope that answered your question.
It does, and if I may have a brief follow-up, because you brought up the concept that this young child might understand properly that they already have an eating disorder. So it's in their mind that they are sort of self-diagnosing eating disorder. So I'm going to direct myself to the number on the card that says eating disorder. But what if they don't realize that what they're dealing with is exactly an eating disorder? Would it not make more sense to call a more generalized line, and that way they can be sort of diagnosed and move down that track?
I guess so. I think this number would appeal to youth that recognize that something's different about their eating. I mean, eating is something we do about 3 times a day if you don't snack. And so when we're not eating consistent with what our family, our parents' expectations are, what our friends expect us are, the focus is on the eating part. So I think they would relate more to a helpline that talked about eating disorders. And I agree with you in a way that a child may call this number not thinking they have an eating disorder. That just they got issues with their eating. I don't know if they'd even put the word disorder on it, but I think if they saw eating disorder, they would recognize that, oh, this is for people who are not meeting eating expectations of their family, or maybe they realize that, geez, something's the matter if I have to run to the bathroom after eating to expel what I just ate. They're going to recognize that is a disorder. So I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Further question, Representative Tanner?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. This hotline, is it just for the people in crisis, or is it for the kids that are friends and say, gee, my friend has an eating disorder, what can I do? Oh, there's this eating disorder number I can call. Is it not just crisis? Is it for other kids that are working with peer counseling on an informal basis?
It's for anyone that has a concern about an eating disorder. So a parent might see it on their child's ID and said, because we know that happens. I know with the suicide hotline, parents are ones that call that often because of their concerns about their child. So no, this runs the gamut, Representative Tanner, from people who have a concern about a loved one, to someone who really feels that they need some medical help or they need some therapeutic help. So it runs a gamut. But depending on what that issue is, the nature of that call, they may be referred to someone else. They may be referred to 911 or 988 or a hospital. It really depends.
Further questions? Representative, on line 14 of the bill, there under Roman 3, there's an area where say annually the information on the card shall be certified with their legislative body, or I guess with the the respective governing bodies. Does that mean there has to be some process in which this is communicated with the school board, or how do you do this certifying?
Let me read it again. Hold on. I didn't bring my glasses. With that, and I think that was in the original legislation too, Mr. Chair. It just means that they have to confirm that that's the correct number. If they are reissuing those student IDs at the beginning of the year, they just have to confirm that it doesn't necessarily have to be with their governing board. It's the administration of the school. So if the administration is going to be issuing new student IDs, they would have to confirm that the number for the National Alliance for Eating Disorders is accurate and up to date.
Would it be better than question that public schools, charter schools issuing student identification cards pursuant to this section shall annually and prior to the start of each year certify that the student identification, without having to mention to the administration that the district, the school is going to certify?
Well, when I think I'm interpreting the word certify as confirm. Like, yes, we are going to put this number. This number will be on our ID.
Yeah.
Is that your interpretation?
Well, it makes sure everything is current.
Right. Correct.
Yeah. Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Representative McDonald?
Hello, Representative Valerie McDonald, Rockingham 25. And I'm a co-sponsor of this bill, and I echo the remarks that have been said, and I will leave some of the more technical details for those who will speak after me. However, just to remind you, last year, HB 35 passed this committee with strong bipartisan support, passed the full House, passed the Senate Education Committee, and passed the full Senate. I simply ask that the committee views this bill favorably once again. I'd also like to say thank you to Mr. Matthew Brown, who is here and has brought this bill forward, which he is inspiring his peers to get involved in the civic process. I will be happy to take any questions, but the primary reason that I have decided to testify today is to present my own student ID cards, because some of you have expressed interest in seeing these in previous discussions. They're dated 2020 and 2021, but to the best of my knowledge, these are the current design, specifically to the Salem School District, but across New Hampshire, schools have similar ID cards in respect to shape and size. I figure the committee may benefit from a tangible example. You can note that on the back is the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline that is already required by state statute. The bill in front of us, HB 1109, would add the National Alliance for Eating Disorders helpline. These specific cards do contain additional phone numbers that the Salem School District opted to include, but are not required in state statute, so other districts may incorporate their own phone numbers as they see fit. But thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the representative? Representative Dry.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. And I understand this is a serious issue, and I'm certainly in favor of students having access to help that they need. I'm just wondering why this one. There are other issues that affect grades 6 to 12, pregnancy, human trafficking, domestic abuse, alcohol, all those things. Do we want a long list, or do we want something that's going to be easy to access?
Thank you for the question. From my understanding, the reason eating disorders was selected is because of its prevalence, especially among adolescents. It is one of the largest contributors to suicide rates within that age group, which is why I believe it was selected, because it is such a predominant issue these days, especially.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask, can you, I don't mean to know what they are necessarily, can you tell me how many phone numbers are listed on that Salem ID?
Yes, again, this is specific to only Salem. Salem has the school's main office. They also have a line labeled See Something, Say Something, which would connect a student with the school resource officer, and then a third number, which is the Suicide Prevention Lifeline that I mentioned, and that's required by statute.
Great, thank you.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. Representative, thank you for being here. For changing seats. Listening to you speak, and also Representative Rowan. I wonder, particularly you're on the committee, with respect to the full committee, if additional consideration might be also the inclusion in the annual parent-student handbook.
Yeah, I would definitely work with the sponsors if they be interested in that, but I could see that as a valuable addition.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Are there further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Representative Damon.
Good afternoon, committee. Thank you, Chair. For the record, Representative Hope Damon, Sullivan District 8. I'll save you listing the 9 towns in Sullivan County that I represent. As noted, this is a bit of deja vu. This is a topic so dear in my heart. I spent over 40 years as a dietitian, mostly in private practice, and about 50% of my patients were people with eating disorders. They were the people I lost sleep over. They were the people that you didn't know if it was going to come out okay in the end. Early diagnosis, early intervention, early treatment with eating disorders is strongly predictive of better outcomes. So the sooner that a young person having symptoms of an eating disorder is able to get input and help, the more likely that we save their life. I'm not being melodramatic. Anorexia is the #1 cause of death among psychiatric diagnoses. It's very, very serious. It is certainly not the only eating disorder, and they all have very significant medical, nutritional, psychological, life impact. So, as noted, we were very successful with this bill last year until, due to circumstances beyond our control, we had the unfortunate circumstance of needing to ask it be vetoed. I am beyond 100% confident that the National Alliance for Eating Disorders is the organization we should have aligned with to begin with, and that they will be here for us indefinitely. It was founded in 2000. Last year, they made 264,636 referrals for information or treatment. That's how many calls they got. 30% of those calls were from people under 18. So that is an enormous body of benefit. The founder and CEO is Joanna Kendall. If you worked in eating disorders, you know Joanna as a person who is revered for her own personal recovery and then her education and training and ability to train others and to help people get well. She's truly an extraordinary person, and she supervises all of this. All of the people who answer this helpline are licensed therapists and mental health counselors, and they're supervised by a psychiatrist. The merit of that is not only that they're licensed people, but that they specialize in eating disorders. One of the things that was always fascinating to me in working to help folks with eating disorders, and you almost always work in a team, it's not treated by a dietitian or a therapist, but by a collaborative of professionals of different disciplines. It was hard to find therapists who were enthusiastic about working with people with eating disorders because it's complex, it's scary, and I don't know why, but it didn't tend to be, it's gotten better, but it didn't tend to be the discipline for mental health professionals to have passion for. And when a person who has an eating disorder, especially a young person, reaches out for help, it is critically important that the person that they talk to have very thorough, credible understanding of these conditions, have compassion, no judgment, and quite frankly, do not err in what they say. Because there are way too many unfortunate tales of people who asked for help, and one of the first responses they got was, "Really? You look great. You don't look like you have a problem." That is the perfect validation that a person with an eating disorder should stay eating disordered. It's not what we want people to receive when they ask for help. So, just to, before I wrap up, note a couple things. The email that I think Representative Rung mentioned from Joanna Condell from the National Alliance is in your inboxes from January 16th, so 2 days ago. Please read it. It's really a good, thoughtful explanation of the helpline. And in response to, I think it was Representative Dry's question, about other conditions and why this particular one for this age group, this population, there's more incidence of eating disorders in adolescents than there is substance abuse. There's eating disorders co-occurring commonly with depression and anxiety and OCD as parallel disorders. Parallel is probably not the right word, but co-occurring. But in this age group, this is the time to help them get specialized care that is specific to their situation. And I would reiterate Representative Rung's remarks. Most kids with eating disorders do not see themselves as in a mental health crisis as suicidal. They know they're troubled. They come to know that they're doing things in a way that is harmful to them. But I don't think I could list a single patient that I worked with who would have called the 988 number. They just didn't categorize themselves in that way. And I hugely respect that we have 988 and can concisely say for the folks that that fits and market that. But this is not the same as that. I'll stop there. Please vote this OTP.
Thank you very much, Representative Damon. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Young.
I do appreciate very much what you're doing. So my question is, what hours is this national hotline open?
Thank you. I'm going to just reference that message because it's in there. It is open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. They're expanding their hours this year to be 9 to 9 and then working towards weekend hours. And I think there was a statement, bear with me just a second, because I think they referenced 988 here, in here somewhere.
It says if you have a crisis right underneath the hours. On their
No,
website.
I'm reading the hours in the text.
Oh.
Anyway, hopefully you'll all read it. I won't take your time hunting.
Follow up?
Sure.
Okay, so my point is that nights and late evenings and weekends, you're going to get a number, 988, that will triage you to people who are equally trained because they're going to send it to in the right direction. So I'm just wondering why two numbers? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think we have a difference of opinion about them being equally trained because although they may have the same credential, say licensed clinical mental health counselor, the people on the National Alliance response line are specifically trained in eating disorders. And there is a difference in the way people experiencing eating disorders hear the language. They just hear things through a different filter than what a person who doesn't have an eating disorder would hear remarks from. A fair number of these calls, and I don't have data on this, this is my experience, actually are during school hours, because when kids with eating disorders are around their peers, it is both triggering and it is sometimes, and it is also their peers are likely to help them call for help. And I actually meant to say that I think that is another benefit of putting this on ID cards, that people who are not suffering from the eating disorder will see that there is a place to call for help, and they can call and find out how to help their friend get help, or a parent or a sibling likewise. I don't think they should be perceived as competing numbers. They're both incredibly valuable numbers for the population that needs them.
Thank you. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for your technical expertise on this matter. Would I be correct if I were to say that, or if I were to ask that eating disorders might encompass not just disorders of undereating and malnutrition, but also overeating?
You would be very correct. In fact, compulsive overeating and binge eating disorder occur at greater frequency than restrictive eating disorders.
Thank you. And if I may, I'll follow up on that because I'm looking, I haven't looked a lot because I just brought it up, but I'm just looking at the website for the Alliance for Eating Disorders. And I've gone to their blog and I'm looking at some articles, a few articles, and there's a consistent theme showing up against what they refer to as diet culture. And they seem to be suggesting that people should not embrace dieting, and they seem to be bordering on supporting the body positivity movement. And for those unfamiliar, body positivity is a movement that suggests healthy at any size. Doesn't matter if you're obese, you should embrace that about yourself. And I'm wondering if that's something that is known about this organization and if that is indeed what they're promoting.
Thank you for the question. It is well accepted in nutrition professionals for, I'm not always great about timeframes, but I want to say the last 10 plus years, that our diet culture, and what we mean by that is the decades-long practice of prescribing some pattern of eating that is supposed to make that person become healthy, addressing whatever diet or nutritional concern, body concern they had. And what we found, particularly in regards to weight control, weight management, and eating disorders, is that they don't work. So I would be very confident that any person in this room, in this building, in this town, you get the point, who has been on a diet to change their body size, has probably had some success at changing their body size, as long as they maintain the discipline for the diet for a long enough period of time to get some quote unquote results. And 97% of the time, people stop the highly prescriptive, structured, sometimes with buying particular products, but some particular dietary pattern. And when they stop it, they return to the body size they previously were, and over time, usually a little bit more pounds. And that cycle, only it really should be graphed not the way I just did up and down, more like stairs, kind of crooked stairs, because essentially the more you diet, the fatter you become over decades. So embracing non-diet culture is good. That isn't saying that we don't care or don't expect eating disorders professionals to encourage a healthful pattern of eating. But it's not a prescriptive, here's your plan, do this, don't eat these foods, because it doesn't work. The science doesn't support it anymore. I could go on and on about that, and I'm sure you guys don't want me to, but feel free to bring that up off the record.
Thank you very much. Are there questions, further questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Howard?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and fellow committee members. My name is Representative Heath Howard. I represent the towns of Stratford and Barrington. HB 1109 is something that's really important to me as somebody who has a loved one who has been affected by an eating disorder. This loved one, they developed this eating disorder in high school, and despite all of the support that their mother was giving them and all the help that they had, they still were worse off enough to end up being put in the hospital. And this line isn't just about those who are suffering, but it's about their families as well, because their mother, they were really trying to educate themselves about everything that they were going through with anorexia. And it's tragic to me to see that people could be going through the same thing. Providing this helpline is providing specific, directed information that families, friends can reach out to and get the information that they need to help whoever is suffering. And I mean, when it comes to diet culture and everything that they've gone through, they need to kind of have a specific regulation of making sure that they get enough food. And so it's not that we should be, I mean, when we're criticizing the diet culture, what we're criticizing is the fact that people are limiting what type of calories they're intaking. And we need to make sure that people are getting the food that they need. They need to feel well. They need to feel full. They need to feel nourished. And to ensure that, it's important that I think that we have this as a resource. And that may be separate from the other helplines that we have, just because of how prevalent of an issue this is. I mean, upwards of 5% of all people with anorexia end up potentially in a fatal situation, and we need to avoid that at all costs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the representative? Thank you.
All right.
I'd like to call forward Devin Quinn.
My name is Devin Quinn. I'm the Director of Policy for the New Hampshire Women's Foundation. Where we invest in...
Press the,
I'm Devin Quinn. I'm the Director of Policy at the New Hampshire Women's Foundation, where we invest in equality and opportunity for the women and girls of New Hampshire through research, education, advocacy, and grant making. And we are very excited to support this bill because this will have a very positive impact on youth, but particularly on girls. Girls are more likely than boys to try to lose weight and engage in harmful ways to lose weight, but they're also more likely to ask for help. So if you see on this page we have here is that girls report trying to lose weight at greater rates than boys, which is certainly not the same as disordered eating. But this is the start of this conversation in this gendered way. And if you turn over the page, you'll see that 33% of girls engage in very harmful ways to try to lose weight. And this is self-reported data from YRBS. And that includes not eating for 24 hours or more, vomiting or taking laxatives or taking diet pills. We know through claims data also that diagnosis of eating disorders is almost 5 times as many for girls than it is for boys, both for commercial and for Medicaid enrolled children. But also, we took a look at the New Hampshire Crisis Text Line just as another opportunity of a resource for girls or for youth. And 3 out of 4 youth who used the Crisis Text Line were girls. So we know that girls are definitely impacted by this issue at higher rates, and they're also more likely to reach out and utilize resources. So putting a hotline number literally in their hands is a great way to reach girls, all youth, but particularly girls right where they are. So we support this bill, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions? Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that testimony. I'd like to look at this graph for a minute on the back we were just talking about as far as the harmful behaviors that girls have undertaken in order to lose weight in this chart. And the biggest chunk of this is did not eat for 24 hours. Now, was this methodology in this specifically looking for this was done because I want to lose weight? Or was there the possibility that this captured other things? Because I'm just thinking out loud that I'm Christian. It's not uncommon for us to fast for a day. Jews commonly fast for a day. Oftentimes people fast for a day before going to get a blood glucose test, and they're required to for their testing. People have to fast for a day before they go into surgery. There's a lot of reasons that people might fast for a day. It's been done for a long, long time. So is that taken out of this statistic to make sure this is only unhealthy weight loss that we're looking at?
Yes, so I will happy to follow up with you on exactly how that question is worded in the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, but it is related to harmful ways to lose weight.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
I'd like to call forward Emma Savigny.
Good afternoon, Chairman Ladd and members of the committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. My name is Emma Savini. I am the Children's Behavioral Health Policy Coordinator at New Futures. New Futures is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that advocates for the health and wellness of all Granite Staters. Today, I am here in support of House Bill 1109. We were supportive of it last session too. I will not go into details that have already been stated so eloquently by the folks who have already spoken before me, but I'd just like to underscore the importance of this bill for youth who are experiencing eating disorders. Those who experience eating disorders are at a higher risk for suicidal behaviors. And so having this helpline available to them would be a great way to connect those youth with the resources that can help reduce that risk of suicidality. Again, my written testimony goes over a lot of the same points that people have made, so I'm happy to take any questions.
Fine. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for New Futures? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'd like to call Matthew Brown. Welcome, Matthew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. As said before, my name is Matthew Brown. I'm now a sophomore at Merrimack High School, and I'm very excited to be back here today in support of now House Bill 1109. About 2 years ago now, I had an experience where I was overeating and I was feeling uncomfortable and I wanted to get help. So I contacted a similar helpline to the National Alliance helpline, and they were able to give me the help I needed. From that experience, I contacted Representative Rung, and we got the ball rolling, and we're here now. I want to say, first of all, that every 62 minutes, someone will die from an eating disorder. So from the time I've been here, somebody in this country has died from an eating disorder. And about 30 million Americans suffer from an eating disorder. This is an issue that is serious, and it's severe, and it's affecting our friends, our neighbors, and our family members. From my own experience, if I was given only the option to reach out to the 988 helpline, I would not take that. I was not having suicidal ideations or thought that I was in a crisis. I just did it on a whim, like so many children and teens do. They feel uncomfortable and they need help and they reach out. And that experience definitely helped me, and it has helped thousands of students. I believe it was Representative Damon who pointed out that almost 300,000 people got help from the National Alliance, and 30% of those were under the age of 18. I have had the pleasure to speak with Joanna Candell, who's the executive director of that organization. And I definitely endorse her and endorse her support for this bill. And I'm very pleased to see that an organization is ready and willing to aid the thousands of students in New Hampshire who are suffering from an eating disorder. Eating disorders are mental illnesses that can be quite different to ones that we expect. They often go unnoticed, and in a climate where unhealthy body shaming and social media sort of control a teen's life, it's crucial that health and the information that is healthy for young people is the information that's getting out to our vulnerable populations, including teens and young adults. Now, I also want to point out the severe impact that eating disorders can lead to if not caught early, and that is suicide. I believe that any loss of life should be attempted to rectify by legislation, and I believe that this legislation does that, and it helps to save lives of the Granite State students and Granite State young people who are suffering from eating disorders. I know it's been a long day, and I'm happy to take any questions if you have any.
Well, thank you for coming back too. So are there any questions? Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you for coming back and testifying again. You did a great job last year and you're even better now. So thank you.
Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up with exactly what Representative Cornell did. It was a pleasure to meet you last year, and unfortunately, I have to be back this year because we had the little push, and hopefully, as Representative Rung introduced this bill follows the same path, but more successful at the end. I do have a question. You said you're a sophomore this year, and I have no idea how big Merrimack High School is. You can probably fill that in for me, but from the students you're associated with, and you know in the high school, can you give us a ballpark idea of how many kids might be at this point in time having some need to use hotline or some need to get other assistance? Not like 20, 30, but 10%, 0 or something. Just trying to get an idea what's actually happening in today's high school.
Yeah, definitely. I'd be happy to answer that question. Thank you again, Representative Woodcock. So I don't have an estimation, but I would say probably 10 to 20% of teens, and I think there's data that backs that up, that some teens need support from organizations like this. And unfortunately, I don't believe that there's enough resources today. I mean, if this bill is able to save one life, I believe that's crucial. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Are there further questions from the committee? Not seeing hands. Good luck. And we really, thank you for coming in again with this bill. Thank you. And are there any other, that's the end of the pink cards which we have up here. Is there anybody else? Not here, seeing any. We will close this hearing, and that finishes business for today. There. Take a deep breath. Yeah. Oh, I thought you were bringing up more pink cards. Gosh, Diana. I'll put it in the right place. Thanks. Technical assistance. Oh, okay. Yeah. She's a good girl. Yeah. Okay.